可以完全移植到我们的泰格尔价格的 CPU。
对面会，那我也有一个问题，是这样的，我们发布了这样一个革命性的产品，我就很好奇，你会以什么样一个神奇的？
到现在为止，这还是一个秘密。
还是个秘密。做伙伴也是我们尊贵的 VIP 来宾们来到舞台上。一起来解开这个谜，好不好？首先，让我们有请出华晨女士，有请。
红板卡事业部总经理李军刚先生。
That you get from a CPU, or sorry, a PC. Alright, so that was a massive countdown to unveil the new design. They put it on the side of the building specifically so that people from many miles around can experience the announcement. And of course the crowd is going wild.
Welcome to Game24.
So the statement made here is that to experience the next generation in gaming, Maxwell is a must-have. So this is an official welcome to Game24 from China, from Shanghai. We have everyone here very, very proudly sporting, very proudly holding up their Maxwell graphics cards. A lot of fanfare. I believe this is the photo op. I think very shortly here we're going to see a welcome of Rolf Fun, who is a pro gamer in League of Legends. We're also probably going to see here some fan activity that's been scheduled in as part of the festivities.
张总，其实我还有一个问题，今天我们都变成了10万个为什么，因为特别开心。我知道发布了这样一个 GTS 980之后，全世界的 N 粉们都很开心。那么我们现场这么多 N 粉就坐在面前，能不能给点惊喜，让他们也开心开心呢？
这个是必须的。
那以什么样的方式让他们开心呢？
我想，所有的。
Looks like we've got another anecdote coming up.
张总，您先说您打算送出什么？
对，
我还没讲送什么，他们就要。我想，你们所有的粉丝在进场的时候呢，你们每个人都抽取了一张幸运的号码，请你们把你们的号码掏出来。
还在吗？还在吗？
哎，留着吗 ？OK, good.
大家屏住呼吸啊！
屏住呼吸。
It looks like they're about to do a massive giveaway.
屏住呼吸。
安静。
大家看好自己的号码。你们知道我们今天发布的产品叫什么？
This is apparently a surprise. They've prepared for everybody in the audience. They're saying when you stepped into the show here, as nVidia fans, you were given a ticket.
他已经被拿走了。
我要把这张卡呢送给98号。
Oh, it's a raffle, so they're asking everyone to check the raffle. Tickets for a raffle.
你在不在？
挥一挥你的手，来到我们舞台上。
98号1次，98号2次，
哎，有没有？赶紧跑，赶紧跑！
来到我们的舞台上，恭喜这位幸运儿，快点赶紧跑，慢了就没有了。
恭喜恭喜！哇！真的是98啊！ 哎，不是86啊！
来，我们来采访一下这位幸运的粉丝。
先介绍一下你自己。
对。
先恭喜一下，别着急，先把这个卡放在手上。这张卡对你们。
哇。
好，然后那个，先拍张照。好。
我们先合影留念一下吧，先纪念一下这个时刻。
So it looks like what they did was they announced a raffle ticket number, and the number that won was lucky number 98. And this fine young gentleman here came up out of the audience and took the stage, and he won the Maxwell card, the graphics card that was unveiled today.
好，那谢谢张总，也谢谢这个幸运儿，请两位台下休息。好，谢谢。 文文啊，我作为一个硬件玩家，其实我特别羡慕他。
我知道。
我觉得吧，如果我有980，我的竞技水平会大大提高，至少可以超过那些明星选手。
真的假的？
真的。
那这样吧，你这个狠话放在这儿，我就看你遇到了一些强手之后，敢不敢再说这话？为什么要这么说呢？因为我们今天现场有神秘的来宾，而且在我们的游戏圈中赫赫有名。
他们是谁啊
？So the host here is joking that he's incredibly jealous. And he's joking. Maxwell graphics card, he could probably play at the professional level as well. And that was his segue into a segment here that they're going to show that features 6 professional gamers from a Chinese team.
10月25到26日，第4届 NCF 将在上海东亚展览馆举行，到时会有英雄联盟等多个热门游戏的比赛，欢迎大家到时去看。我是 OMG 的柚子，大家好，和大家一样，我也喜欢 nVidia GeForce GTX 系列。我应该是从6岁开始玩的游戏吧，当时玩的那款游戏叫拳皇吧。 我是通过 rank 里面的分数。
So it looks like we've got eyes here on a few professional League of Legends positions and ranks that they play.
下周如果有比赛的话，首先先保持自己的。
So they were asked when they started playing games. One of them said that they started as soon as they were, as early as 6 years old. Giving their background here. Remembers the first time he won a professional gaming tournament, how he was exceedingly filled with pride.
nVidia 的技术让我感觉更快，用 GeForce GTX。
The advice that they're giving here in the segment is that you have to train hard. Now they're being asked when was the last time they were disappointed. One of the players here is noting that one of his greatest disappointments was a major loss that he suffered the year before in a tournament. And they're all noting that with these new technologies pioneered by nVidia, that with the clarity that they could see, the high resolution, they're greatly confident that their game will actually improve. So now it looks like we're getting a more intimate look at Ruo Feng, who is very highly regarded, well noted professional. A little demonstration of his League of Legends prowess here.
nVidia 的技术对我肯定是有帮助的，因为我现在是一个游戏解说嘛，的一个感觉，无论是对我还是对观众都非常重要。然后所有观众都会觉得。
This pro gamer here is giving his official endorsement of the product. He says it's among the most powerful, the most powerful technology he's ever experienced.
然后在半年之后被选为职业选手的。成为职业选手之后，跟普通的选手有很多不一样。我们要一起训练，一起生活，然后一起去打比赛，还经常需要去跟别的队伍一起去打一些训练赛。
Says part of his vocation as a professional gamer is to travel to people. He has to go around explaining his particular gaming experience and how he plays and what makes his gameplay different, and he believes that part of that is going to be made much easier by the nVidia Maxwell card.
更多的是兴奋吧，因为我们终于有机会可以参加这么好的一个线下比赛了。在重要比赛前一周，我们的状态一般都是比较紧张的。比赛前的时候呢，我们会有一些加级的训练赛，会约一些非常强的队伍去进行训练，然后的话也有多的练习。这大概就是我们比赛前。
光看是人吗？那接下来让我们用热烈的掌声，有请若风上台，有请。
Hi, Daddy. Hello. Can you hear me?
我有点紧张，请大家理解一下。然后非常开心能来到 nVidia 显卡发布的一个。
其实有很多的问题想要问你，今天精简着问一下。我知道你从去年就是退役之后到现在，差不多也有1年的时间了。
是的。
很多人都很好奇，你除了平时在做一些解说之外的生活中，在做些什么呢？
其实在退役之后呢，我的生活还是跟游戏挂钩的，因为英雄联盟
跟我的关系，我觉得已经是非常深了嘛，它融入了我的生活里面。然后平时的话，我主要就是会去录制解说。是用的比较专业的，我希望能带来比较好的一个，向观众们看我的视频的一个体验吧。然后平时的话，
英雄联盟跟这个游戏都已经血浓于水了。那其实刚刚你在这个视频当中也有提到说你一直在用 nVidia 的一款显卡，能不能透露？
就觉得应该选一款比较好一点的嘛，这样在玩游戏然后录解80钛。啊。对，其实最开始想买那个泰坦的。
那为什么没有呢？
太贵了。
现在你还？
He says in addition to playing game tutorial videos.
首先得有什么？对，先有一样的装备。那其实现在很多人对于 PC 游戏的未来有不一样的见解。
So that he could show other people how to play at
有些人会觉得
professional
说，
level.
其实我打移动游戏，拥有移动设备就够了。那对这样的一种态度，你有什么样自己的见解？
是不会去用笔记本的，没有别的原因，因为我觉得一定要让我玩游戏的时候有一种快，然后比较爽的一个体验。就像刚刚 OMG 选。选手说的一定要流畅，这是非常重要的。所以，
在一个 PC 当中，最重要的硬件是什么呢？当然，我们不是为了做广告，要说实话。
He explains here to the audience that he makes and that he holds everyone to that standard. As well, so the people that play with him, he expects them to.
那对于我们即将到来10月份的2014届，有什么样的寄语和期望要说吗？
我觉得时间过得非常快，因为对于2014，虽然我和我的老队友们都已经参加不了这个比赛了，但是还是希望 NGF 能越做越好的，因为去年拿到冠军，然后去年也对赛事的感觉非常不错，所以这个激情的发挥，然后希望越办越好。
好，这是。对选手们有什么嘱咐或者说小经验可以分享？拿冠军的经验。
因为像现在比赛 S4 的比赛已经在进行了，首先我希望还在打的这些选手们能够到他们想要的成绩。
He's noting that he is. And so he wishes another team good luck. Tips and pointers he has for any teams that are aspiring to win.
那是当然，想到
羡慕我采访他。
对，看见若风我就想起当年我和若风一起。
And of course, he emphasizes practice.
什么？
看到若风我就想。
全球直播呢，你就这么吹？
They've riled the crowd up again, getting them to chant that they love nVidia, as they have gathered a very large crowd of nVidia fans specifically for the unveiling of Maxwell.
那其中呢，我们有一个最强 N 范，他非常的厉害。
他做了什么就最强了？
据我所知了，他自己在近10几年的时间之内，收集了超过不是50片，不是5片，不是100片，他收集超过500片的 nVidia 的显卡。
500片，他们家的墙是用显卡装饰的吗？
非常厉害。
哇，好想见一见他。
好，那我们通过一段视频去了解。
OK。
叫《硬件风云》，来自刚
over
刚开始，
500
非常着迷 GPT-4
video card.
游戏效果在当时给我很大的震撼。我对游戏世界从在我看来，
So we're getting a fun little
应该是
profile on
因为
him
它
and
最早
his
比较成功的。它让很
his
多游戏
fandom.
玩家进入了3D 游戏世界。从而知道了，据我了解 ，nVidia 在大陆并没有发行。偶然一次机会，我在网上看到了 nVidia 的竞拍，经过20多轮的出价，最后终于拿到这边卡，它给我带来了喜欢，最后一发不可收拾。
So he's showing off the very first nVidia graphics card that he
有很大一部分
collected.
是工程样卡。我收集的最早的工程样卡是 TNT2，08年有一片是 TNT2，据说这位收藏家是能让。卡是已知最早的工程样卡，后来各种机缘巧合，我找到了这位收藏家，磨合了近半年的时间，因为这一张卡，我
So at a certain point he
因为拿钱。
developed this obsession with making sure that he collected every single nVidia graphics card that was released to market.
当时市场其他的竞争。17年的时间，这17年经历过很多故事，更加丰富。希望英伟达产品大卖，我爱英伟达。
All right, so that was a fun little
大
profile
家
there
说
on
硬
an
件风云
nVidia
大哥
super
厉害不厉
fan.
害？
其实今天我们不
He
仅
had
仅
noted
只
that
来了
he had
李先
started
生
his obsession with nVidia and the collection of
由
the
于硬
graphics
件风云
cards
大哥
in
今天有事儿，他
1997.
德国有一个特点，就是每人都是最强恩范。
哦
所以接下来让我们掌声有请另外一位最强恩范李钦上台。
有请。
好，我把时间交给李钦。
神机营的恩范们，大家好吗？
So it looks
上
like we
海
have
和
someone
全
else
中
here
国的
taking
恩
the
范们，
stage.
大家卡拉的 nVidia fans 就是 nVidia 粉丝，我的 ID 是 nVidia 粉丝。啊，今天呢，我跟大家一样，我也带来了2块显卡，一块呢是20年。 前就是刚才硬件
So
风云
he's
大
the
哥
next
展
host
示的
here.
NV1，就是NV 的第1代旗舰显卡。那个年后，我们在几个月前刚刚由 NVIDIA 发布的泰坦 V，NVIDIA 的上一代双星旗舰。那么我其实用过了15年的 NVIDIA 的历代。为什么我这么喜欢
NVIDIA products. This
为
was
什么
the
我又要
first
去
one I'm
如何去
displaying
形
here
容我
was
所喜爱的
created
NVIDIA
20 years ago.
那么今天 NVIDIA 不断的在给我们提供一代又一
Says
代
I've
性能更
15
完
years.
善以及更加稳定的显卡。但是更多的去见黄仁勋先生的话，黄仁勋先生本人的话，
Says he's been a fan for as long as he has because NVIDIA has never wavered in providing high quality products.
在游戏的世界中 ，NVIDIA 的显卡就像是我们手中的武器，好的世界让我们在里面遨游。正是因为这样，所以我们更多的、越来越多的 N 卡的用户购买和使用了 NVIDIA 的产品之后，慢慢的喜欢上了 NVIDIA 的产品，慢慢的信任和信赖了 NVIDIA 的产品。我说这就是信仰。因为信仰就是信任和信赖的最高体现，但是我们的信仰不是
反馈给 NV 官方，我们可以使用到。
The fans of nVidia who experience Maxwell are going to be very, very impressed.
980发布的日子，是 NV 我们 N 饭的日子。这一刻，全世界的 N 饭都在看着我们中国。王仁勋先生本人可能也在看着我们中国。
Who adopts it. Very enthusiastic guy.
其实我知道，我们今天也不仅仅只有李青这一位恩范来到了我们的这里。
Even though it is the announcement of the product, he's sure everyone's gonna love it.
好，掌声欢迎超级粉丝上台。
And they're stating here that of all the fans of nVidia around the world, that they're sure that the Chinese fans of nVidia are some of the strongest.
那现在由第一位我们的粉丝先自我介绍一下。
非常激动，今天能来到上海跟大家欢聚这种盛宴。我是 COL 的。
And they've brought to the stage a few of the super fans of nVidia. So they're gonna say a few words about their fandom here.
就是铅笔盒里，一直保持到现在。还有那个，我现在把自己的房间呀，还有我的汽车呀，都贴上 NV 的 logo。所以，我觉得我应该算一门资深粉丝吧。
那绝对算了。
也是一个土豪，听出来了。
听出来了。来第二位。
各位全国的恩范，你们好，我叫汤晨宇我是来自江西南昌。
Are very notable professional gamers in China. I'm seeing some comments in the chat for those of you just tuning in, and it's a celebration here that's been staged. There's been lots of fanfare on some notable gamers who use nVidia products. The crowd is actually in the card that was unveiled. He had it in hand. So they're very enthusiastically declaring their love for nVidia here.
我们感谢所有来自全国各地的超级粉丝们。那其实今天我们的发布会给所有的粉丝们也准备了一个大大的福利，让我们用最大最热情的掌声有请英伟达中国区资深市场总监 Maggie 6刘念宁女士上台，有请。
It's like so one's being brought to the stage here.
美男游戏节 Game24 酷不酷？我们的主持人帅不帅？
So it looks like this is the marketing manager for nVidia in China. And she's asking the audience if they're excited about this announcement. It sounds like from their reaction that they are.
如果谁喊得最大声，我们女主持人选上的就上来 PK， 参加抢答，抢980，可以吗？可以。快点来贿赂我，快点来贿赂我，来不及了。好，我现在说 ，Maxwell 的架构棒不棒？喂，中间，就是你后面那位，哪一位？就是你掉头的那位。好，请你来到
It looks like she's asked the crowd here to scream, and that the person that screams loudest might be in for a special treat.
加入这个团队，我们的幸运儿。好，我要出问题了，答对的。
a question to the gamers on screen. If you answer this question right now, then you're going to receive a special gift.
什么名字？哇，快点快点，谁知道就举手。
的名称像 Maxwell 一样，英文的，
开普勒。爸爸。
3个都要一起答。
要说全了，说全了啊！
会举手。祖父是菲米。
中途别人要是会可以抢。台下。
开始了。
对不对？
答对了。
天哪！
你要分他一半哦。
又分我一半，又分他一半吗？
好，没答对的没关系。我今天姐姐的爱的抱抱。
哇哦，酷酷的爱的抱抱，同样也是幸福的。礼物，他已经拿到礼物了，还想
奖品拿来一起合影。
让我们的 Maggie 为我亲自挑选的这位幸运儿送上这份980。
好，我啊。可是我不爱你们。
哇哦！
我爱英伟达。
我爱英伟达。
Okay, so she's rather sassy here. She is trying to get the crowd to chant that they love nVidia. That's what you're hearing when she says 英伟达. That's the Chinese translation of nVidia. So as you can see there, the scale of the logos there being projected on the side of this building.
谢谢大家。
英伟达游戏节的上海直播到这里就即将结束，而全球其他城市的直播也欢迎大家能够登录英伟达的官网来继续收看。
接下来就是我们的狂欢派对。首先，我要再次提醒现场的玩家朋友们。
So it looks like the event here is coming to an end, so they're making some closing statements. The people that have gathered there are going to keep the party going. The chanting of I love nVidia there was the grand finale, and they're going to party it up there in Shanghai. So they're doing some final thank yous there.
他们分别是华硕、金彩虹、影驰、技嘉、应众、索泰。
好，接下来我们进入我们第一个现场游戏环节。这个游戏非常的难。首先，它需要考验你的脑力，也要考验你的体力，特别是你的腿力，还有你的反应能力。
别被他说吓。 其实特别简单，来公布一下是什么游戏。
萝卜多，在我从现场。
But it does look like we're wrapping up the event, and so we're out. That was the Maxwell announcement there in Shanghai. We're gonna come back to studio now that has concluded, and we're gonna have a new set of amazing hosts. So that's it from me.
Hey guys, welcome to Game24. We are your new hosts for this next 6-hour sesh.
That's right, it's the Chris and Chris show.
It's the Kristen and Chris show, or Chris and Kristen. You can go first. Chris and Kristen.
Yes.
I like that.
Sure.
Kristen Adams here. Chris Gore.
Yes.
Good to be with you, buddy. Nice to put it out there. And the last thing thing we hosted together was a Harry Potter live special years ago.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember that.
Yeah, vaguely. Yeah. Okay. Well, it meant a lot to me. I'm glad you vaguely remember it.
So you and I have been actually watching our friends do this show. It's awesome.
For the next actually 12 hours.
How they're handling
and I'm working
this
on like
laser
an hour and a
cutter
half of sleep. So it's gonna get fun.
These are some
And
amazing
yeah, I'll be here for the
decals
next
that
6
we're
hours
getting.
because I'm inspired to get out my PC and game.
I know,
after all this.
seriously, my computer.
It was great.
Everything, all the announcements have been just incredible with Maxwell. All of the great looks, the great packages we've been throwing to. They just
My buddy Zach Selwyn, of course, who kicked it off, talking about like what are the PC games that have sucked you in where you've actually gamed for 24 hours.
Yeah, or more. Yeah.
Or more. Yes, absolutely. So that's where things like coffee and Red Bull.
I know, seriously, and these beautiful green cups. Yes, I haven't even had any yet.
Hello.
So this has been awesome. But we're going to be throwing to a lot of different places where we're set up for this huge global event, and it really is global. When they told me what was happening and invited us to be a part of it, I was like, "You're doing what? This is crazy!
Yeah.
Awesome!"
Yeah, but it's also something like I feel like I'm inspired by everyone also watching this. All the people on Skype that are watching us.
These dudes have been here. Some of these guys.
Yeah.
I recognized them
Yeah.
at 6 p.m. yesterday.
Those are my people right there
Yes.
on Skype. I love you guys. Snack, you want to have, I'm just going to beat the next level. I'm just beating the next level, then I'm going to sleep. How many of you guys have had that experience? I mean, like, that has happened to me so often, and then where does the time go?
Yeah.
It goes to 24 hours.
Yeah, but it's the one part in the
Well,
world that we're in.
The nerd flu. How often have we all caught the nerd flu? When the game comes out.
When are they going to come out with a vaccine for that?
Yeah, I hope they never will.
No,
they never will.
They can't detect the strain.
No.
The strand.
But also watching some of these packages that some of the other hosts have been tossing to. Allison Hayslip.
Oh.
Love Allison.
Love me some Allison. Both her and Alex. Great job, the two of them. Yeah. So. We're excited. I think
24-hour slot.
Are we ready to? You guys have been watching this stream since 6 p.m. yesterday. You know all about Mod 24. I wish I could get over to this hangar or wherever they are because we've got 3 teams that are modding out their PCs, and I'll let them tell you more. But let's see what's happening right now live at Mod 24.
Team Mongoose!
With only about not a lot of time. Only about 10 and a half hours to spare. Yeah, 10 hours, 24 minutes. And it has taken all this time to get just the technique of making the decals right. So we are live on the main stream. Welcome, Game24 viewers, to Mod 24. We have 3 teams competing in what is, to my knowledge, an unprecedented case modding celebration of PC gaming, a 24-hour gaming PC top modders, some of the best on the planet, showed up here too, but there's also some sweet systems in it for the winners. The whatever it is they're doing within a 24-hour time frame is favorite gaming moments. So we're going to start some serious gear. Before we roll their intro clip, I want to just show you some of the crazy stuff that they brought with them to NVIDIA headquarters in order to make their mod a reality. So first of all, there is a $7,000 laser cutter. No big deal, right? Next, we've got their 3D printer that they brought to make not one, but you never know, that are going to help them make extremely clean cuts in their hard. I think when you guys see the intro clip, you're going to have some idea how capable these guys are of using gear like this. So let's go ahead. What is that? What is that? Oh, we're not going to tell you yet. You guys got to stick around. Give us a few minutes here.
Not only will we have a beautiful rig, but that thing is going to be able to crank through any games you can throw at it.
I think we can win this competition because we have an uncanny ability to work together.
We're friends with everybody else on the team, but we know how to get at them. My name is Richard Soroz. I go by Darth Beavis. I live in Salem, Oregon, and I operate out-of-the-box mods. Well, I first started working with PCs back when I was a deputy sheriff in the early 1990s. Got into big-time modding when I started attending PDX LAN, and I met my partner, Travis Jank. He's a world record overclocker.
Yes, I'm Travis Jank. I'm from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and I own a computer company called Next Gen Computer Services. Overclocking is like the hot rodding of computers. You take the latest and greatest technology, the fastest that's available, and you push the limits of it. You make it faster.
He loved performance, I loved aesthetics, and we just combined the two into a new paradigm, and we've been kicking tail ever since.
I'd have to say my absolute favorite project was the Vanilla Ice project.
Wes don't know anything about this gaming stuff, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't either.
My name's Richard, aka Darth Beavis.
I'm Travis, known as V2.
We did 2 mods, an aquarium PC and a desk PC. We were under the pressure of time. We were definitely working in an environment that was far from home. We didn't have the same tools and resources we were used to, and we really had to push it out.
My all-time favorite project, of course, would be Autopsy, the one that brought me from amateur to professional. That was one I worked on my wife with.
I'd probably say one of the most time-sensitive, high-stakes builds I did would be the nVidia wall PC. Kind of put this thing together within about 24 hours, not even really sleeping. We really pulled that one off.
One of the things that I bring that will give us a competitive advantage is I'm a troll. I like to play jokes. I like to prank. I think it's great to be able to go against some of the people that I've helped mentor because it shows that us old farts can still pull the line. And even if I have to go around in my walker, I can still mod like the best of them.
I want to see the best of the best from you guys. I want this to basically show the world what the modding community has to offer. And it's not about winning, guys. It's about having a good time and producing some amazing results.
We help each other out. We learn from each other. You don't see as much backbiting as you do in other areas. So it's just really a great community.
It's really going to be a surprise when we get down there. We're going to be cranking out some impressive things.
All right, so I'm here with Travis Jank of Team Kill Ninja, and we teased it, but you got to show them. What have you guys been working on for like the last 10 hours? You've got a bunch of iterations over here. Let's come check these out. You got to walk me through how the process started and what's been going on here.
So essentially, we fired up the rig as soon as we could, and we got the laser cutting, and we started to find out what kind of power and speed we really needed to get through this material. And we've been evolving our usage of artwork. We've been hand selecting the artwork, working with it, manipulating it at the software level. And at the material level, we've been changing things up. We just went from clear material to some darker solid black acrylic, and now we're working with the special like aluminum foil backed, and that's been a little bit tricky. So we've been dialing it down. We're taking it down basically like 1% power setting, running it over as lightly as we can. And we started out with some thicker material here, and you can see we're making a gun for the Titan mod. And
want to give them a nice good look at that one, even though it's an early one, and I know you guys, it's probably not up to your standard, but.
So here's an early example. Definitely looks cool, but we wanted to use a little bit thinner material, and we wanted to get some of the gunmetal to show through so you can actually see that it's a weapon. And we made a couple of passes with it, and you can see where it was really burning in quite deep, and we thought, you know what, this just isn't good enough for the quality that we want. So we stepped up our game, and we went to a more difficult, thinner material, but this is an aluminum brush material, so you get more of the appearance of being a weapon. Definitely takes a lot more time to work with this. We're going to scale up the image right now. We've been making some test images, and we've been burning them out here. So we think that we finally got it dialed in, and we're going to get the pieces that we want so we can start attaching them to the case.
All right, I'm going to switch over to Richard for a minute here. Can I get you to talk a little bit about the difference between your creative process? If you don't mind swinging the camera, hopefully the viewers don't get too much motion sickness. These guys have been sanding and fabricating the entire time. They've been focused on their hands, whereas you guys have actually spent the bulk of your time in front of that laptop or that machine working on software. It's a totally different process.
Yeah, it's a totally different learning curve, but you will actually find in some projects the two combine. So, I mean, I did one project for Duke Nukem when it was launched, and we did a lot of acrylic. So we did laser cutting to get huge pieces. And then we had to do a lot of work doing hand forming. Like we made a big wooden buck, and we put the acrylic in a big powder coating oven that you could drive a car into, and had it formed around a buck to do big drums. So, I mean, a lot of times you'll combine the two. And what people don't realize, they think, oh, well, if you're doing everything, but to actually be able to go through and draw designs up in AutoCAD, SolidWorks, Inventor, that takes just as much skill up here. And, you know, formal education or teaching yourself. So, you know, there's two sides of the coin. It's both best to have both. Now, if you're first starting out, you're going to do it all by hand. But as you progress, you maybe buy an inexpensive 3D printer. There But go look. Step outside your comfort zone. Do things out of the box.
Very exciting stuff. I really like what you guys are doing. Looking forward to seeing the finished mod. For now, we are going to kick it over to Team Mongoose. So we're going to show their intro video, and then we have mods in my ear, but I'd really like to do Mongoose next if we can. Okay, so we are going to switch to Team BS Mods right now. I have got that confirmation. So we're going to head outside and have a look at the guys who are doing all the hand sanding. So we're going to play that intro video, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
I think we can win because we're fast. We can work with anything. You throw something into our hands.
Dude, we pull off faster.
The builds that take the most take upwards of 300 hours.
Yeah, I would say.
Seeing some mods at LAN parties. Darth Beavis had some pretty cool mods. And I was like, wow, that doesn't look that hard to build. I want a cool computer that looks really awesome. So, like $50 later, I'm cutting and filing and using a rattle can to spray paint something, and that's just how I got started.
Working as a team is natural for us. We've been working together on almost all our build projects for 3 years now. We're different. We both look at problems differently. We both approach things differently. We measure time differently. But when we work together, we're able to round out those edges and help each other with our strengths and weaknesses to to work as a team and to be better than we are just as individuals.
Yeah, the favorite project for me, and I know it's partially one of Rod's as well, was the Roswell Throne Industrial.
The base of the build was, here's this cool case that we're going to come out with. You guys can do whatever you want with it.
This thing weighs in at close to 100 pounds. So it's not something you want to drag to a LAN party, really.
Working with and against Darth Beavis is going to be a blast. I've admired his work for a long time. He's done a lot for the modding community. I guess we're used to working.
Yeah, no problem.
We can knock that out.
And it's 24 hours. I mean, we won't even sleep. We'll be.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about Rod, but.
Okay, hour 25, I'll be in bed.
Yeah.
24 hours, no problem.
Now, I wasn't kidding when I was inside a moment ago and I said you guys have spent hours and hours sanding. Yep. Can you walk me through what the heck is going on with this? What is it, 1990 what workstation here, server?
I don't remember, what was it?
What are you doing here with the front panel?
This front panel right here used to have some different slots and, you know, things like that. So we wanted to cover it up, smooth it out, and there's a door that goes. We are also going to put a on and off key right here. So we just put a plate right here, and then so all this yellowish stuff is so we had to kind of fill in some edges and different things like that, and so I'm just in the process right now of smoothing all that out, and then I'll put in just a make it all perfect, and you'll never know it wasn't like that from the factory.
Now, team, I'm here, but they have made some incredible progress. Now, your guys' plan is to do an automotive grade paint finish on this thing, but obviously an old case like this wasn't going to be a suitable surface, and in fact, it was full of holes before, but you can't even really see them. Can you tell me?
A metal type filler, and then actually we epoxied a back plate to it, and then we filled it with a metal type filler, and then And so once we flatten that out, we block sand it out several times.
Speaking of never really knowing it was there, thanks, Bob. Let's move over to Rod here. I think it's pretty safe to say that you would never even motherboard that was not standard ATX. What have you guys done here to make a standard power supply and motherboard fit?
So we added this piece of aluminum here and cut it to fit our motherboard tray, cut a power supply slot, screws for the power supply slot, riveted the motherboard tray to the back aluminum panel, and then riveted the motherboard tray to the back aluminum that we put in, and we also put aluminum in the bottom to clean up all that chassis.
Now you guys have some more filler applied here. Originally there were a bunch of kind of folds and gaps. What is the plan for this surface right here?
So we plan to use that surface theme with both of our favorite, gaming moment. I mean, this one's really gonna hit off big. So that'll be right in that panel. And so yeah, we gotta just block that out all smooth, and then we're ready to hit the primer.
Mongoose, and we're gonna switch over to one of the builds that's actually Now, Ron, you spent most of the beginning of this project kind of doing arts and crafts with styrene here and kind of sanding and creating these 3D elements. And now it has started to really take shape, so to speak. 3D elements take shape, funny joke. Your inspiration for the design on this back panel here. Sorry, Lee, could I get a hand so the camera can see what's going on here?
You know, like I was saying earlier, I did a lot of R&D on the way, looking at pictures on the web of space ships, satellites, and you know, just kind of space stations and stuff, and kind of coming up with the aesthetics and the feel of it. And I started working with the top of the case there with a little bit of the orange. I want to tie that into the motherboard, but looks like we're going to make a change on the motherboard now. So what we're going to do is continue to go forward with our original plan and just keep pushing forward. I'm going to take these panels over to the airbrush room and start airbrushing all the effects panels on there. Start doing some font airbrushing as well. Lee's going to start bending some acrylic tube here in a second. And yeah, I think we're a little bit
Stay tuned, guys, because we are going to be showing you some real-time acrylic tubing bending. Excuse me, sorry, hard, what kind is it now? PETG tubing bending. Better than
We're going to bring something a lot different than the other guys are going to bring.
It's going to be awesome.
Our PC may start off looking like your standard case, and in the end, we're hoping it's going to be something extravagant. My name's Lee Harrington. I own PC Junkie Mods. So I've been modding PCs for almost 10 years, probably closer to 8. Kind of got this seed in my head that you could actually trick out your computer. I try to make my PCs look as clean as possible, and when I cut something in a case, I try to make it look factory still. I think that's one of my biggest strengths, is to try to get my PC. Is Ron Christensen?
My name is Ron Lee Christensen. I live in Vancouver, Washington. I was a painter. Well, I still am a painter. I was just looking for another way to express myself. You know, as when I got into PC modding, it was more of an act on the web. I came across this community of modders that were doing these amazing things with their PCs. You know, meant obviously Lee Harrington. I saw case modding and scratch building as another way to express myself.
He went to school. I know he's like telling me all these designs for our, for our theme. And I'm just like, yeah, I can see that in my head, and I don't know what the hell he's talking about. So yeah, he's my secret weapon, and plus.
And I'm just excited to work with Lee again. We've worked on a few projects together now. The Cooler Master project for PAX Prime, I think we were up 72 hours straight, just completing these projects. And I'm like, if you're not sleeping, I'm not sleeping. Most of these modding projects, it takes us, several weeks to months to complete them, The most time-sensitive one that I've worked on is the one that's behind me, is the Half-Life build. And I had 30 days to complete this project, and I was working on it night and day to complete it.
I don't know. What would I say to the other teams?
Good luck. I don't know. It's going to be awesome to work with you guys. I really admire your work.
We're not going to win. We're going to give the people a good show and have fun.
It's going to be awesome to work with, Lee and Richard and Travis and Bob and Rod. These are the guys that are why I got into PC modding.
All 3 teams, we're all buddies, so it's like a big family. It doesn't matter if we win or lose.
Whether Team Mongoose comes in first or third, it's just being a part of the project. You've already won.
All right, so one of Lee's shticks is this hard pipe. Can I borrow this for a second while you visualize? Okay, this hard pipe water cooling. Now, normally in the old days, back in 2010, It's amazing how quickly the PC industry moves. We would use flexible tubing, which achieves the objective of water from point A to point B. You got to get it to the pump, you got to get it to the radiator to dissipate the heat, you got to get it to the CPU block here to cool the CPU or the GPUs or whatever else. Well, with this stuff, instead of going with flexible tubing that gives you these kind of messy looking curved runs from point A to point B, with this stuff, you can go ahead and you can achieve really tight bends or even right angle bends and extremely straight runs between components. But the trick is that aside from special fittings, it's a little bit more difficult to work with. So Lee, do you want to show us how the bending process works and talk a little bit about the precision involved in making this whole thing actually function? I mean, if you're off by a centimeter, is that even going to work?
A centimeter, yeah, it should still work because, I mean, like the premature fittings, you don't have to have the tube all the way in. It doesn't even have to go in straight. I mean, it look good straight, but it's got a you'll have a compression, you have a compression ring on the outside with an O-ring, and the O-ring will be compressed in this little lip right here, which will squeeze up against the tube, so it's not going to go anywhere. So I mean, you might be okay, but I would probably redo it. But yeah, so we're gonna do from here.
So here we go. This is the process. You guys want to get in close here? You want to talk a little bit about what this blue solution you're using here is?
So this is just soapy water, and I just added some Dawn dish soap to it, just to give it, to make it slick, you know, because if it's just water, when I heat it up, it's just gonna evaporate. You know, it'll burn off real quick. But the soap actually sticks around a little bit longer. And I'm kind of going to just wing this one.
All right.
You know what I mean? I'm just going to look at this and think, well, I'm going to come down. I'm going to do in. So I'll just do the first 90, which will be the one that comes out of the CPU.
All right.
And I'm assuming it's probably about that far over.
All right, let's see it.
Sound good? You're heating it up, it'll start to kind of wiggle around. You'll notice it. So now I'll take it over here to my jig, and since I want a 90, I'm just going to stick it in here and hold it. Cure, you know, it'll stay it'll stay softer, blah blah blah, that stuff.
So how long do you have to hold it for each bend that you make?
Probably about a minute, at least a minute.
All right, guys, so it's going to take a little while for him to finish up all the entire system here in this hard pipe tubing. So we are going to go ahead and we are going to walk you guys through how you can qualify to win one of these 3 systems. So bear with us for just a minute here while we set up over here and go through the process for you. So throughout the Mod24 live stream, you are going to be seeing letters appear in the bottom of the screen. What's going to happen is there's going to be a certain number of letters, and you are going to unjumble those letters into a phrase that will allow you to have a chance to win. Basically, anyone who submits it by email, you can get the full details at game24.nvidia.com.
To that website, there will be a form where you can put in your information, your email, all that kind of stuff, and then per email you have 1 submission. So essentially 1 submission per person, but you know.
Yep, so anyone who gets it correct will be in a draw. So guys, make sure that you are paying attention, and you know what? don't feel bad if you haven't watched the first half of the stream because there's a chat going on the Twitch stream.
There's already people in both Twitch streams chats already pushing out the correct letters.
People are helping each other out and making it so everyone is going to have a chance to win one of these amazing machines. So guys, I hope you're enjoying the rest of the Game24 festivities. I hope you're really enjoying Mod 24 because we sure are. We've been at this. I think we've had a total of about 2 hours of a break since it started. And we are going to keep going strong for you guys here on the Mod 24 stream, showing you these systems as they continue to progress, because it is heating up and getting exciting right about now with painting happening, bending, and all of that stuff. Do we have, sorry, there's an injury? Oh no. Sorry, what happened?
Yeah, so the 3D print finished, and it prints like a border around it. So I was like trying to peel it off of the tape, and it just got jammed right under the fingernail, so nice and painful. Like bamboo shoots underneath your fingernail.
So you thought you'd bring that over and show us?
You want to pull it out?
Oh, no.
Oh,
no. That is the last thing. That is the now sweat, blood, and tears. That would be a valid statement. You know what? Since we have a quick opportunity, I'm going to get this camera set up, and we showed the laser setup, but we haven't actually showed their rig. So hopefully, even though I think the mainstream actually tuned out from us now. Oh yeah, okay, sure. So hopefully, so the mainstream's still watching. So guys, this is the in progress, and we are actually going to toss it back to the mainstream. So guys, check out Mod 24. Hope you're enjoying Game 24. Thanks very much. Yeah, good stuff. Okay,
welcome back. We are
So
live in studio for Game 24.
Woo!
The event continues.
This has been so exciting.
I'm Chris Gore.
Oh, I'm Kristen Adams, yes. We're your hosts for a while.
I'm here for the next 6 hours.
Get used to it. Get used to it.
The next 12 hours, Kristen's going to be here. But I have to say, like, I feel like I need a tissue after watching these guys with the mods, because that is motherboard porn. I mean, watching them assemble these amazing...
You need to grab that Twitter handle if no one has it.
Motherboard porn.
And you could just post pictures of amazing motherboards.
Right, motherboard porn on Skype. One of you guys get it right now.
Grab
at
it.
motherboard porn.
Let's monetize this thing together.
Start tweeting and Instagramming pictures, but like when you like see these guys build the PCs, do you get caught up in the tech, or do you get caught up on the actual board, like the design of the board?
I mean, I'm a sucker for design, you know what I mean? But I like a good combination of style in each of their PCs. That was pretty awesome. They were like super stoked to get them. But I like seeing both. And I just want to throw this out there now.
Team Mod Goose.
They missed it. But anyways. And another random fact, Till Ninja.
I like the boxes that light up. I'm very simple.
You're a sucker.
Give me a box that lights up. LEDs, something that looks very, hot, like a hot rod.
Yeah.
That's killer.
Okay, cool. I like so you're the style.
I'm into the style.
Which
what can I
is part
say?
of modding. It's like it's pimping your PC. You know, I mean it's okay. You can be into the style.
Okay, yeah, and the Twitter feed for motherboard porn has already begun.
Yes.
Is that correct, guys?
Yes.
Guys on Skype, I love you guys.
Start posting amazing pics of motherboards, please. Google Images has a ton. We can just start there. Yeah.
Now we've got some other great segments coming up.
Yes, this is going to be a packed show for sure. We're going to start by throwing to a piece from Square Enix, Final Fantasy, a little game, a little franchise. Last August, they released A Realm Reborn. And we're going to be taking a look at Naoki Yoshida, who's the producer and the man responsible for that title. And he's got a huge passion for PC gaming. So we're going to hear more about that.
皆さんこんにちは。 ライブストリームをご覧 nVidia の皆さんは、GeForce の製品、新製品発売おめでとうございます。スクエアエニックスファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田と申します。どうぞよろしくお願いします。スクエアエニックスに入社して、今年でちょうど丸10年になりますが、その間実はドラゴンクエストシリーズの、開発に携わっていたことも実は長くて、ドラゴンクエストモンスターバトルロードってこれは日本のアーケードゲームセンターで、行われた、キッズカードゲームっていうジャンルではありますけど、ドラゴンクエストのそのゲームデザインをやっていて、その後は、ドラゴンクエスト10、今日本で MMORPG としてサービスしてますが、そのドラゴンクエスト10のチーフプランナーとして開発に携わった後、ファイナルファンタジー14のプロデューサー兼ディレクターを、今現在担当しているっていうのが、これまでですね。ものすごく実は僕かなり古くからのオンラインゲーマーでPC ゲーマーでもあるので、もしかすると、僕の世代の PC ゲーマーはみんなそうかもしれないですけど、僕はやっぱりウルティマオンラインの衝撃がかなり大きいです。いろんなオンラインゲーム、それこそディアブロももちろんそうなんですけど、やっぱりこの善悪を決めるのはプレイヤー自身であるっていうゲームデザインを徹底的にプレイヤーにですし、プレイヤーとしてもそうですけど、ものすごい影響を受けた一番大きいタイトルかもしれないですね。そうですね、14に関してはご存知の方も多いと思うんですけど、一度そのオリジナル版と呼ばれる我々 1.0 と呼んでるんですけど、最初のローンチが、非常に厳しいローンチがあって、史上初となる同名タイトルの作り直しというプロジェクトに発展して、ファイナルファンタジー 14R エルムリボーンとして、2013年8月27日に無事に本当に世界中のファンとプレイヤーの皆さんのおかげでなんとかローンチができて、でそこから非常に速いペースでアップデートも行えてきて、正直言うともうその1年経ったっていう感覚が全然なくてですね、ただアカウントも順調にもう一人でも多くの人たちにプレーをしてもらえるように、さらにすごいゲーム体験を、できるだけ早くアップデートしてお届けしたいなっていう覚悟でやってます。ただ開発チームはもうものすごいスケジュールなんで1年経ったっていう感覚はないかなっていうのが正直なところです。できればGTX760 ぐらいからアッパーをぜひ使っていただきたいなという思いはあります。ファイナルファンタジー14は相当ロースペックでも動くようにグラフィックスオプションも相当用意してあるので、できるだけお使いの環境をそのままにして14がプレイできるようにっていうふうに設計してるんですけど、やはりそのスクエアエニックスでかつファイナルファンタジーシリーズではあるので、かなりグラフィックスに関してはこだわって作ってる部分もありますし、かつ 4K にも実は対応しているので、世界中のプレイヤーの一部ではタイタンを3枚挿して4K で用意させていただいてますので、nVidia さんの推奨を見て自分の合った環境、自分がやりたいモチベーションに合わせてカードをチョイスしてもらえればなと思ってます。そうですね、中国では、結構珍しいというか、10年ぶりぐらい、ワールド・オブ・ウォークラフト以来になってるんですけど、そのフリートゥプレイではなくて、お金をいただいて、その代わり我々ゲーム体験をお届けするっていう、重量課金制でスタートしてるので、ハードル高く感じる方もいらっしゃるのかもしれないですけど、その分だけしっかりとした運営だったりアップデートだったりゲーム体験というのをじっくり長期間にわたって皆さんにお届けしたいと思ってますので、 まあ、今本当にものすごい人数たくさんの方たちが今どんどんアカウントを作ってどんどんキャラクターを作ってエオルゼアの世界に
I don't think we have time to look tired.
I'm surprised they think we don't look tired.
I think I look tired.
I'm assuming I look tired.
I thought I looked horrible when I looked in the mirror when I got up after my 6-minute.
I was saying we don't have beauty naps. That doesn't happen. And then you look terrible. And that's how that works.
Conan says, OMG, been an epic evening. Can't wait to see the result.
手元だったりにまあ、キャラバンするような形だったり、PR っていう形でどんどんゲームに触れていただく機会っていうのをこれから作っていこうと思ってるので、まだ見たいその日本のゲームではまだ対応しているものが我々屋さんのご協力もいただいたので、ベースで開発して 11のバーを進めてその状況だったり、まあ、どんな、ポテンシャルを持っているのかっていうお話を、まあ、したいなと思ってる、まさに今佳境に入ってるところだという感じ。まあ、まずは僕らも開発なのでまあ、分野は違いお疲れ様でしたっていうところはあります。ちょいいいことで特に先端を追いかけるっていう人たちのニーズっていうのは必ずありますし、ただ僕らがこれから作る側として考えなければいけないのはそういう時代だからこそで、その選択肢のチョイスを関わる皆さんが広げてくれる分、そこでしかできない、まあ、この唯一無二性も確かに大事ではあるんですけど、選べることゲーム体験としては一つサイトの方へ行ってフリートライアル版をダウンロードして、まあ、ライブストリームの合間にダウンロードしてしまってライブが終わったら即、エオルゼアの世界に飛び込んで見ていただきたいと思います。はい、ありがとうございました。
You're on. We were just discussing quietly who's going to take the throw.
And so when you look at all the Final Fantasy games,
Yeah.
because I have not played all of them, but I'll play them intermittently. They're always set in some weird, like some feel like they're more in the past, some feel like they're more in the future. There's really no time when it comes to Final Fantasy, right?
Totally, absolutely. It's a beautiful game. It's a beautiful game.
Gorgeous. I love that guy's hair. His
Naoki,
hair.
you have some amazing hair.
Oh
And he
my
always
God,
wears
dude.
amazing boots. Every time I've interviewed him, he always has fantastic boots. Of course, there's always an interpreter with us, and he's just so gracious, and he just looks like a rock star. He's my gaming rock star. He could he could front a band or create some Final Fantasy.
He does have the rock star hair.
I think it's more lucrative for him to stick with Final Fantasy.
And if you
probably.
think about it, hair is actually kind of a big part of all the Final Fantasy games.
Yeah, it's like they're all
The
modeled
crazy
after Naoki.
hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
It's awesome.
I like
Hey,
that.
we want to talk to you guys on Skype. Because
Yo,
I love you guys on Skype.
Yeah.
Now you've perked up.
Hey.
Now you've perked up,
Nice to
gentlemen.
see you,
But I know also motherboard porn is going to be trending on Twitter very soon because of you guys. We want to talk to you guys and see how you're enjoying this event. So let me turn up the volume so I
I'm
can.
glad you know how to do this stuff.
I know how to do this.
How's it going, guys?
How's it going?
Good.
Okay, do me a favor. All talk at once. How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah!
I
Great,
did not ditch
okay.
school for this event.
Most of you guys have been watching since the live stream came on
Yep.
at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
yesterday. Yeah?
I am.
You guys are hardcore.
And yes, we are.
Totally.
We have nothing to do.
I'll be here for
we
the
are
next 12
poor
hours.
people.
How are you balancing like watching this and are you doing what I like to do, which is multitask? I'm in front of the TV, I've got my mobile device. Circle starting at the top in the hoodie.
Oh, the hoodie or hat?
Yeah, that's you.
Oh, okay. So I'm from Toronto, but I'm going to school at Waterloo.
And I love that you pronounce Toronto correctly because the second T is silent, right?
Toronto.
Toronto. It's Toronto.
Toronto.
Ask Rob Ford. Ask Rob Ford, he'll tell you. All right, the guy in the glasses with the big headset and the green
here?
background. It's like you're here. You set the green
Yeah,
background.
you have your own green screen
It's
at your house.
As if you're here.
Oh,
Look
holla!
at- Nice, nice. Where are you from?
I am from New Brunswick, Canada.
Oh, wow.
Oh, the Canadians joining us today.
Yes, and nVidia should have something here in Canada.
See, first of all, can I just thank all of our Canadians watching
Thank you,
for,
Canadian
first of all, for your hockey and for your larger alcohol content in your beer. Thank you to all Canadians.
That's what you're thankful for. I'm thankful for their kindness. Canadians are kind.
They're very polite.
We heart you.
I'm sorry.
We heart you.
Sorry. That's a thing, right?
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's definitely a thing.
What's been your favorite part of Game24 so far? Favorite moment from the live stream?
Aside from you guys being on. You can't vote for yourselves.
Yeah, anyone, chime in.
I suppose I did like the whole part of the reveal of the 980, 970.
Yeah, kind of probably the best part for most people, I'm sure. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Still have my 780 though, so.
Hey, it's awesome.
We'll be checking in with you guys later too. So
Don't go anywhere.
do not go anywhere. And unfortunately,
We're not going anywhere.
I have to mute you now in order for us to be able to continue the
Okay,
show.
bye guys. You guys rock. So look, can we transition to talk about some League of Legends?
Let's talk about League of Legends.
Okay, so most everybody knows the championships kicked off yesterday, the preliminaries. The championships in October, but the prelims are going on right now. And it's, 27 million people play every day. That's crazy that 27 million people are playing League of Legends every day. Like 32 million people tune in to just watch the championship.
Wow.
That's Super Bowl numbers, man. I mean, not quite. It's up there.
Yeah, it's definitely up there with Super Bowl
It's pretty awesome.
in terms of ratings.
And they're pulling, and this is global, you know what I mean? It's not just the American audience as opposed to like a Super Bowl. So this is a global audience that it's drawing. And I'm really excited because we're going to be talking to one of the teams. There's 16 teams right now that are battling it out, and one of the teams is Team OMG. And
I think it's pronounced OMG. It's
well,
Team OMG.
if it is, they should have gone with a different acronym because that's confusing. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, but it's Team OMG, and we're going to be talking, seeing how nVidia has helped them prepare for their competition. Take a look.
Hello， 大家好，我是 OMG 的勾勾影，很高兴我们 OMG 战队能在外滩的玩家 Party 与大家见面。
大家好，我是 OMG 的无状态，中国好状态，希望大家永远热爱 PC game， 支持 nVidia。
大家好，我是 OMG 李耀，我喜欢 nVidia， 他一直用心打造最强的游戏视觉。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OMG 小闪。10月25到26日，第4届 NGF 将在上海东亚展览馆举行，到时会有英雄联盟等多个热门游戏的比赛。 欢迎大家到时去看。我是 OMG 的柚子，大家好，和大家一样，我也喜欢 nVidia GeForce GTX 显卡。我应该是从6岁开始玩的游戏吧，当时玩的那款游戏叫拳皇吧。
我是通过 rank 里面的分数打高了以后，被朋友推荐到职业队伍的。
我还记得第一次出国比赛参加 S3，那时代表中国战队，我很激动。下周如果有比赛的话，首先先保持自己的正常训练，然后我会通过一些体育运动和充足的睡眠来保持自己的状态。
我还没有达到我内心中真正的成功，我会加倍努力。
应该是去年的 WCG 那个世界总决赛吧，我们输给了韩国队吧，因为那次应该是我们很好的一个机会吧，然后没有把握住吧，然后就很失望。nVidia 的技术让我感觉更快，用 GeForce GTX 游戏神器，我会感觉游戏更流畅。
GeForce GTX 游戏神器让我感觉游戏画面更加清晰。
GeForce GTX 游戏神器让我感觉更爽快。
GeForce GTX 游戏神器让我感觉更强大。
玩游戏就要用 nVidia GeForce GTX 显卡。
Hey, welcome back to Game24. Hope you guys are enjoying this live stream. It's packed with content. I feel like the people are happy.
The people are, and first of all, thank you for staying up with us, especially our guys on Skype who have been here from the beginning.
I know, they're awesome. There's like a whole queue of people waiting for a Skype door to open, and it's just not opening because our dudes are just hanging strong, man. They're like, we're not getting off here. So they're really cool. We got global Skypers from all over. Love that. So one of the things we're going to be talking about coming up just in this next package is World of Warcraft. And
wow.
Yeah, WoW. So
wow.
I don't play WoW. I've never opened that door. I've been scared because of the addiction rumors and people that you just never see them again. I do watch a lot of the gameplay. I was even online last night, like looking at some gameplay and some tutorials and like how people pick their characters and customize everything and all the different classes and stuff like that. And it's an incredible, rich gaming world. Obviously.
What I love is when you find out what celebrities play.
Yes.
There are a lot of celebrities. A good friend of mine, Adrian Curry, she's a big WoW player. She's awesome. William Shatner, perhaps you know him as Captain James T. Kirk. He is also a WoW player. So, but yeah, myself, I have not gone down that rabbit hole either.
Yeah.
Because I'm just afraid. Because I know, because they're PC games that I have become literally addicted to.
No, yeah. And if you already have that tendency,
right,
like you have to stay away from WoW.
Well, do we? Do we have to stay away from WoW? Do we really have to? Especially now that it's part of our job.
No, I know. No,
right?
For sure. I'm not even, like I said, I have never even played myself, but just watching, I'm there. Watching the tutorials or watching YouTube videos or watching other people play, I'm like, okay, I love it. It's amazing. But so we're going to be checking out a company called NetEase. They're out of China, and they're in connection with Blizzard, obviously, for World of Warcraft.
They're basically this internet company that they run Blizzard in China. So effectively, they're bigger than China. Let's be honest, right? The WoW, they operate Blizzard there, effectively.
Yeah, they handle the World of Warcraft needs there. So we're going to be checking out what's going on with NetEase right now.
Let's do that.
Can we do that right now?
NetEase.
Right now?
Check it out.
大家好，我是天域的制作人鸟叔。天域是由我们那个网易盘古游戏工作室从2010年开始，历时4年研发的一款 大型的3D MMORPG 网络游戏。在这4年里面，我们一直坚持一个理念，那个叫无束缚的这样的一个理念。我们找到了中国著名的幻想作家的代表，江南，来跟我们一起构架一个充满新奇和未知的整体的这样的一个幻想世界。为了带给玩家更自由的这样的一个游戏体验，我们在游戏中设计了轻功和翅膀融合的双飞行系统，丰富的角色私人定制的玩法。我们建造了一个无缝的大世界，然后提出了星战伐木的概念。我们还开创了一个全新的一个社会等级的这样的一个玩法。除此之外，通过为期4年的全新的磨砺，天域的自研的引擎也在画面上实现了一个质的突破。无论是从细节的处理，还是整体的这样的一个动感，都能够让玩家感受到一个次时代游戏非常华美的这样的一个画面。天域目前已经进行了2次的那个限号3档的公开测试，玩家对我们游戏的那个整体的画面和游戏的内部的体验都给予了非常高度的认可。接下来我们也会继续进行天域的各方面的优化工作。在天域的研发过程中，我们和 nVidia 进行了深入的紧密的合作，双方在技术的应用、游戏的优化调试、游戏的测试和 nVidia 的驱动优化等方面都有非常好的合作。比如在游戏技术的应用上，我们使用了 nVidia 的诸如 FXAA 和 PhysicsX 这样的技术，大幅度的加强了游戏的画面和效果。此外，在游戏的大规模测试中，双方在游戏的调试和 bug 修复方面紧密的配合。不但我们在游戏方面做出了很多调整和优化 ，nVidia 也帮我们在驱动层面对游戏进行了大幅度的加强。对于这些内容的详细的信息，我们可以一边看我们的游戏的实际的情况，一边来继续介绍。根据几次测试中收集到的玩家的意见，后续我们天域将在那个显示模式上提供给玩家更多的选择，并最大程度的对 nVidia 的那个 SLI、G-Sync 和 Shadow Play 这样的新技术提供支持。同时，我们现在正在和 nVidia 的技术专家一起紧密的合作，致力于用 nVidia 独有的 PhysicsX 和 PAX 等技术，为天域打造一个更加逼真的动作反馈与布料系统。其次，随着笔记本性能的提升以及笔记本玩家群体的扩大，天域在今后还将着重考虑游戏在笔记本上的表现，会采用最新的优化技术，达到笔记本平台上的节能与性能的兼顾。最后，作为长远的计划，天域还会在后续版本中与 nVidia 一起研发 D-11的技术，为玩家打造一个更加逼真绚丽的无缝大世界。希望玩家能够更加流畅地体验天域，感受这个幻想世界的魅力。目前大家看到的这个场景就是天域中最具标志性的场景——花海。这个场景也被玩家称为3D 游戏中最浪漫的游戏场景。在制作这个场景的时候，我们运用了完全由显卡驱动的 Hardware Instancing 的技术，来达到同屏100万面的直背的效果。另外，我们还为花海打造了天域的一个独有的直背系统，它的那个直背能够随风摇摆，然后还能表现出更加奇幻的那个光影效果。除了花海之外，我们在8月开启的浴室封测之中，在钓鱼岛这个场景还实行了24小时系统，将现实生活中的24小时感觉带入到游戏中间，这是一件不容易的事情。为了让效果最佳化，我们对引擎的光照进行了全面的升级，极大的扩展了引擎的光照表达的范围，从极低的光照到雨夜到阳光明媚的大晴天，我们都能够非常逼真的来表现。同时为了配合光照计算的升级，我们也为天域打造了独有的阴影计算算法，保证在各个角度下都能有合乎人眼感知的那个阴影效果，从而配合产生出独特的逼真梦幻的那个光影效果。目前我们的测试平台全部基于 nVidia 的 GeForce、GTX 系列的 GPU， 整体的使用感觉非常的良好。这也是目前市场上最为稳定和最适合游戏开发的产品。我们使用后的整体的评价是稳定、可靠和高效率。天域目前正在进行第2次的限号3档的测试。我们希望在这次测试中间，让玩家体验到我们一个非常创新的社会等级的这样的一个玩法。如果这次测试的数据和玩家的反馈都符合我们的预期的话，我们预计会在年内进行不删档的限号测试。天域一直以来都受到了很多玩家的热烈的追捧，他们都非常喜欢我们这款游戏。 所以我们开发组也非常希望能够尽快的把这款游戏推出上市，让更多的玩家能够体验到这款游戏。
So that was great to hear the latest from NetEase, who handles operations for World of Warcraft in China.
I want to know who handles leveling up your World of Warcraft character.
Right.
Who has that job? That would be a really fun job.
You never get a break.
Well,
ever.
First of all, awesome to get paid to play games, but there are people who have that job.
Right.
Out there.
Out there.
Yeah.
Are you interested? I mean,
I would
seem
love.
super stoked to.
I
jump
would
on that.
love to think that like my game playing would actually be making some money.
Right.
I think that would be.
Monetizing gameplay hours is definitely a business.
Yeah. No, I would feel much better about myself.
And
Sitting
so would
on
the
the
people
couch.
closest to you.
Yeah. They'd
They'd
would feel-
appreciate that.
Yeah.
They'd appreciate it. So we're going to be talking about something that we're calling NFan, nVidia Superfan. We're going to be showing you that in just a minute. This is like a super fan of NVIDIA products.
Well, he's such a super fan. He collects the GPUs.
Right.
Like a GPU collector.
Like we're talking, he has over 600 pieces. I don't know if they're all GPUs or what, but
First of all, I love that passion.
Yes.
For anyone that says, as someone who is a collector of things.
Ooh, what are you a super fan of, Chris Gore?
What am I not? I mean, I like to say Batman is my spirit animal. So I collect things related to Batman. I've tricked out my car like the Batmobile.
I have Batman nails right now. Only this one turned out like Batman Pikachu.
Oh my God! Oh,
Look,
that is so cool.
Because the nail tech, she didn't really quite get it,
All right.
right?
I'm gonna tweet out a picture of
and
this.
this one says "Pow."
I'm gonna tweet out a picture of this at that Chris Gore. I'm gonna reference you in it.
I'm not as much of a Batman super fan as you are, but I'm pretty up there.
What do you collect?
So, gosh, what do I collect? Well, I started off.
Do you collect like a glass menagerie of horses?
No.
Because that would be weird.
Do you know what? I used to collect like a glass menagerie of dolphins.
Really?
I had a
Glass
huge
dolphins?
like karaoke cabinet of dolphins growing up. I was gonna be a dolphin trainer. Yeah, I wanted to be a dolphin trainer. Then I kind of changed my mind and thought that was mean.
Do you have any of the glass dolphins left? This is.
I do at home at my parents' house in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool, but
And I
nothing.
stopped
No
collecting
glass
them,
Batmans.
But you know, like when you tell your parents you're collecting something, my mom like would still get them for me, and I had stopped it like years ago.
No, that's the worst thing because then when it comes to the holidays or birthdays,
You're
gift
still
giving,
getting- yes.
that you're still getting like an
Dolphins.
elephant. Why would you be getting that?
I still
Okay.
love dolphins. I just
All
don't
right.
collect them. Anyways, so now we're gonna cut to what really matters: the NFan, NVIDIA Superfan. This dude again collects over 600 pieces of NVIDIA products. Check it out.
我叫硬件风云，来自湖南湘西。我收集有600多块英伟达显卡，是一名忠实的 N fan。97年那时候3D 游戏刚开始游戏，当时非常着迷 GP Face 2，就想换块3D 显卡，但是我放弃了市面上比较流行的无度卡，而尝试买了一块nVidia 128。上机之后，游戏效果在当时给我很大的震撼，我对游戏世界从此告别了马赛克。也正是因为这样，我开始关注英伟达的产品。在我看来，128应该是英伟达最早比较成功的产品，它让很多游戏玩家进入了3D 游戏世界。之后，我就开始更多关注英伟达的信息和历史，从而知道了 NVIDIA。据我了解，NVIDIA 在大陆并没有发行。偶然一次机会，我在网上看到了 NVIDIA 的竞拍，经过20多轮的出价，最后终于拿到这边卡。它给我带来的最大新意是可以外接游戏手柄，还有带声卡功能。因为太喜欢，最后一发不可收拾，收集了50多片 NVIDIA。在这600多片的显卡中，很大一部分是工程样卡。我收集的最早的工程样卡是 TNT2。08年的时候，一位英国的收藏家展示他收藏的90多片显卡，其中有一片是 TNT2。据说这位收藏家认为这张卡是已知最早的工程样卡。后来各种机缘巧合，我找到了一片比这位英国收藏家编号更靠前的显卡，跟这位收藏家磨合了近半年的时间。因为这一张卡，我收了这位收藏家的100多片英伟达显卡。 照我当时的记忆 ，TNT 2是经过 TNT 工艺改进，表现更加出色，在性能方面已经超越了当时市场其他的竞争对手。从97年使用第一块英伟达显卡，到现在已经有17年的时间。这17年经历过很多故事，因为有这600多片英伟达显卡的陪伴，我的生活更加丰富。希望英伟达产品大卖，我爱英伟达。
Are you going to talk?
Oh my God. That.
We just wanted to freak people out in the studio that keep saying you're hot. Welcome to Game24. I'm
Wow.
not sure what's going on. Hope you guys have been enjoying this live stream. This is 24 hours of celebrating PC gaming. In case you didn't get the memo or you don't know what you're watching, that's what you're watching. We're here to celebrate PC gaming.
First of all, that guy who collected the GPUs,
Yeah.
insane.
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 In the membrane.
Oh my
awesome.
God.
Yeah. That's pretty. That's a cool. I don't know if I've heard of anyone like having that as a
That kind of
collection
passion
hobby.
deserves like a slow clap to a big clap. Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
He deserved the N fan.
Yeah.
He did.
for sure.
Well deserved. Well deserved. So gaming, you know, back in the day, like what was the first game that got you hooked?
I don't know. I think it was like Wolfenstein in terms of like PC game. Like Wolfenstein was one of those things like I had to play every level. I had to find every secret. So I think it was like Wolfenstein was the first one. And then it's also one of those ones where, you know, when you play a game and you play it too much and you see the shapes of the game in your eyes when you're going to sleep. That was Wolfenstein for me. And I'm sure that everyone else has a game. Yes. Yeah, gaming eyes. Hashtag gaming eyes. Hashtag Game24. What game did you see the shapes of the game in your brain while you're trying to go to sleep? But what's awesome about online gaming is that you meet people from all over the world.
Absolutely.
And there are even different gaming styles. You know, I mean, we saw this in the recent FIFA. You know, when FIFA soccer, when you see different countries playing differently and different people all over the world have different styles of gameplay.
Yes, the culture of gaming around the world is varied, and this is a really cool piece that I'm excited to check out because basically NVIDIA has put together this look at cultures from around the world, gaming cultures from around the world, and how they've come together thanks to PC gaming. So, are we ready to check it out? Let's check it out.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Are you ready? Go.
Let's go.
Like every culture that came before it, gaming culture has a language and look all its own.
To me, with gaming, there's no boundaries and there's no borders.
And while these gamers are busy dominating their opponents, gaming culture is dominating the globe. More people than ever are turning to PC games as their preferred method of entertainment and connecting with others. The ability for gamers to customize and mod their unique in-game experiences and free-to-play games drawing in tens of millions of PC gamers has created an incredibly social community, one that sets PC gaming apart from other platforms.
You may be playing with someone in another country and you won't know until they say that they have to go to bed and you look at your watch and it's only 2 p.m.
I think that there's a myth that gaming and online interaction is a simulation, but in fact, those kinds of interactions are not very much different than offline in person.
Luckily for me, I'm English. We don't have to speak many other languages.
Use of emoticons, use of slang, and other ways to express the intentions and motivations of the gamers.
People are just more used to keyboard and mouse. I think that's why PC gaming is bigger.
Around the world, PC gaming has given rise to arenas, fans, and superstars. In North America, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry that's permeated every aspect of pop culture, from action figures to big-budget Hollywood movies. But who is the North American gamer?
To me, the American gamer is kind of following the rest of the world. It's interesting that Americans love to make video games. Americans love to buy video games. Americans love to play video games. But to be known as a game player in America still, for some reason, has a stigma. maybe a rosy-eyed approach to history is that Americans, as much as we can fight with each other about trivial things, we come together when there's a common enemy. And video games have to have an enemy, or at least a puzzle to solve, and that really brings Americans together.
While Americans continue to find their identity in the global landscape, esport audiences continue to skyrocket around the world. In 2013, esports garnered 71 million viewers globally. Nearly half of those viewers were American. Yet of the top 15 esports earners last year, only 1 was from the United States. 8 were from Europe. With top players making 6-figure salaries, esports is a way of life for Europeans.
Esports is a sport in my mind. So most people, they can't class it, and most people will say it's not a sport. How can that be a sport? It's video games. There is no difference because you have to have natural ability. It's hand-eye coordination is the main thing, and you need that in sport. So if someone throws a pass in American football, you've got to see the ball and you've got to catch it. The same kind of thing happens in gaming. Top-level gamers will do stuff that average gamers won't even think of. It's easy playing at home. Anybody could be the best in the world at home when their mum's bringing them a cup of tea and stuff like that. But stick them in front of 10,000 people, will they freeze? And that's what happens with pro gaming. It's extremely stressful at that level, especially when you've got so much pressure on you, especially now with the salaries and the possibility of losing your salary if you lose certain games. Everybody has their own rituals and superstitions, so my biggest superstition is don't touch a trophy that you haven't won. If you touch it, that's it, it's over. I threaten to hit my players if they ever go near a trophy. It's like, you can touch it once you win it.
And while Europeans are busy winning trophies, other countries are hot on their heels as gaming culture is spreading to every corner of the globe. In Africa, there are more gaming studios and startups than ever before. The Middle East is home to some of the world's most active consumers, with an estimated market of $1.7 billion. Not to be outdone by Brazil, whose anticipated growth of 34% is way ahead of the global average of 7%. But when it comes to gaming culture, Asian gaming meccas like South Korea are leading the pack for the rest of us.
Korean players, it's their job ever since they are in high school when they start gaming. Some of them, they drop out of high school, just go full-time for gaming.
You see a lot of Korean players coming out because they can see that they can earn more money.
The highest paid gamers professionally are Korean or Swedish.
In South Korea, gaming isn't just about beating your opponents, it's about socializing with them. While broadband internet access is relatively high, Korean youth prefer to frequent internet cafes called PC bangs, where they can eat, drink, and socialize as they play.
The late 90s, PC bangs appeared, where people and kids would go and play games and it would be extremely social.
PC Bang just became so famous and popular, and it's everywhere. One really famous game called Lineage is crazy. It's still going on. The game is 15 years old. I think the Lineage is the big reason that PC Bang got so big.
And there now, it's accepted that playing games is good. The top players are treated like gods, not stars, gods.
With esports now more mainstream than ever and players connecting with each other around the globe, gaming culture is changing as rapidly as it's spreading. But where will we be a decade from now?
Gameplay has actually increased over the last few years, which implies that there's this preference toward something that's more socially fulfilling than something that's less interactive.
We just found out that Amazon have bought Twitch, and what that means long term for gaming, I think it just means that more exposure straight away. In the last few years, we've been chasing mainstream media up until Twitch came along. So now, mainstream is chasing what we're doing now.
I think gaming in America in about 10 years is probably going to look a lot like, say, the NFL looked in its early days.
Gaming would become an actual sports, esports. So it might be in Olympic, maybe. That's what I hope.
Where it's come from in the last 10 years to where it is now is amazing, and where it's going to be in the next 10 years, God knows. There's world champions out there sitting at home, they just don't know they're world champions yet.
Just keep gaming, because sooner or later, ESPN is going to have a block of time dedicated to professional gaming, and if you get in on the ground floor now, you're going to be living the good life, doing what you want and doing what you love.
So we are well into our Game24 coverage. I hope you guys have been enjoying our 24-hour celebration of PC gaming. A lot of great packages, pre-shot things that you're looking at, and then we'll have some live developer interviews and celebrity interviews coming up. So we've got a lot going on to keep everybody happy at Game24.
I love that segment about gaming around the world. I've actually met people that I met through online gaming. Normally at stuff like conventions, like San Diego Comic-Con and whatnot, it sort of goes in a thing. I'll play games with them, and then it's like, hey, you're kind of fun. This is cool. Like, we can beat this level together. Let's be Facebook friends. Then it goes from that to Facebook to in person at some various con, like E3 or Comic-Con or
That'd be
whatnot.
a cool like thing to track, like the level of gaming friendships. Like you said, it goes to this platform, then this platform, and then we meet in person.
And then we meet in person, you have nothing to say to each other.
Exactly.
Absolutely
Let's just
nothing.
go level up together and just forget we ever met in person.
Yeah.
You're much cooler in your souped out, customized World of Warcraft character. I'd rather just talk to you like
level
that.
up with drinks. We can level up with drinks, folks.
This cold coffee cup.
That unites the world.
So we're about to take a look at a piece that we've aired, and we're going to air it again. The history of PC gaming. I was hooked when I watched this earlier in the broadcast. It's such a great look because when you Google like first PC game, like there's kind of like some debate about like what was the first PC online game. So so this actually answers all those questions. I mean, it goes back to the 60s. That's pretty crazy.
Well, it's interesting how PC gaming always pushes technology. There's like, well, we wish we could do something. I like the LucasArts games.
Right.
I sort of like after graduating from the LucasArts games were amazing just because it was like interacting with a little cartoon. Day of the Tentacle was one of my favorites. I don't know. If anyone remembers Day of the Tentacle, Monkey Island. Come on, people, we know these.
Maybe
They're not graphically intense, but they were just amazing presentations.
Well, you mentioned earlier that Wolfenstein was the first game that got you. Like, oh my gosh, like, whoa, this got me. For me, it was Quake. So
Which is an evolution of Wolfenstein.
Totally.
From Wolfenstein to Doom to Quake.
Right. That was the first. I was like, I think it came out in like '96 or something. I was like 14 or 15 years old. And I was like, what is this medieval environment that I'm totally immersed in? I mean, I grew up in Texas. I'd never been immersed in a medieval environment. So that was the game, the first like PC game that I remember being in my household that got a lot of play.
Well, let's take a look at this segment on the history of PC gaming.
It's pretty incredible.
Learn your history
by
watching this.
Yeah.
Take a look.
Smart and stuff.
PC gaming has undergone as many changes as it seemingly has games. What began as a basic experiment by some curious researchers has birthed a billion-dollar industry, millions of fans, and dedicated competitions. This is the history of PC gaming. PC gaming didn't always look like this. It started as this.
Originally there was Space War. It's called Space War, exclamation point. And Space War was a PDP-1 game.
In 1961, Space War was invented and is recognized as one of the earliest PC games, a passion project created by a team of researchers in the basement of an MIT lab. The team put 200 hours into the first edition of the game, and it pitted two players against each other in an effort to destroy the other's ship.
It's pretty amazing to think that even in those older days, the very early days of computers, what did people want to do? They didn't want to just, calculate stupid crap. They wanted to actually play games on this stuff.
But what exactly happened between then and now that caused such growth and transformation? By the late 70s and early 80s, the personal computer had become more than just an item only university and researchers could afford. The idea of creating and designing your own video game became a reality.
I knew even at a young age I wanted to make games, and my parents were like, you probably need a PC to do that. So I had my Apple II and I started learning BASIC and playing around with the Adventure Construction set and making my own little games.
That was amazing. That game was, to me, at that time, it was unbelievable. It was unfathomable technology.
Going through there and trying to figure out the syntax.
Pick up object. No, that doesn't work. Pick up tool. That doesn't work.
Simultaneously, Sinclair launched the ZX80, a low-cost computer that brought PC gaming into people's homes for less than $200. A year later, the Commodore 64 is born. It is recognized as the highest-selling computer model of all time. Later came the Amiga, a computer that exceeded the 64's 8-bit graphics and had several co-processors. Meanwhile, a game company is on the rise, one that would set the tone for over a decade.
For me personally, you know, the name Sierra is powerful. So many great games of my early teen years were Sierra games.
I remember watching people play King's Quest in like, not daycare, but like early elementary school on the like computers that they had there, right? Like Oregon Trail, and then SimCity, and then King's Quest. And King's Quest was one of the first kind of adventure games that you saw.
IBM completely funded the development and marketing of King's Quest to promote the PC Junior.
PC Junior from IBM, the computer that's growing by leaps and bounds.
The PC Junior flopped, but that didn't stop Sierra's push to PC dominance. The era also saw a rise in the space shooter.
Wing Commander, oh my gosh, one of the first space games I ever played, where, you know, fly through space, shoot enemies, action-oriented. Wow, that was college.
I used to have one of those massive NEC 5D monitors, like this Gravis PC gamepad. Put on that music, do 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 do.
It took me like 6 years before I actually had my own computer at that point. Right with my first computer, and I got home and I felt completely victorious that I had accomplished it.
The adventure genre was on the rise, led in part by LucasArts.
The first PC video game I remember playing is X-Wing and then TIE Fighter. That was phenomenal. That was completely different than every other game that I'd played.
LucasArts would push into the 90s with Monkey Island, Indiana Jones, and the Sam & Max series. Throughout the 90s, gaming had largely shifted from an arcade experience to one you share in your own home. The Ultima franchise, responsible for creating the first role-playing games in the 80s, evolved into one of the most unique online experiences of its time.
One of the best things about Ultima Online was it was the first true simulation in an online world, and I think even to this day a lot of games haven't really rivaled it yet.
You had the MMO with Ultima. It was still something that people wouldn't naturally gravitate towards unless they knew the Ultima series. But when EverQuest came out, it was more accessible because it was using 3D graphics, you know, these were fully illustrated avatars, and it was using hardware acceleration.
Now we can do anything. We can actually do anything.
We knew we wanted to make an online game with EverQuest, and we wanted to make it very open and have classes and do, you know, kind of a very traditional RPG that people would sort of instantly understand.
It really brought the whole MMO space to a much broader audience.
Role-playing is supposed to be about playing a character. You're supposed to get into the world and play somebody that's not you. These games are becoming more able to do that instead of just being, you know, number crunching, loot gathering games.
The mid-90s saw PC gaming come in with a bang as the 3D shooter was born.
Doom just kind of like made multiplayer like the thing.
That was like, oh my God, this is it.
I was only about 10 when that game came out. As a 10-year-old, that game was pretty terrifying.
That was completely different than every other game that I'd played.
You actually felt like a dude saving the world from an alien invasion.
And, you know, we just, you know, was playing constantly, and then Tim Sweeney came in from Epic, like checking out on us, and he always saw how our machines rebooting. I was like, why are your machines rebooting? Yeah, never mind. So, you know, we're constantly playing that stuff, yeah.
To me, nothing has quite matched that experience.
Unreal, that was the best thing to ever happen to PC gaming, Unreal versus Quake.
There was the whole back and forth of kind of between Epic and id going on, where they would just one-up each other each generation, and you know that keeps pushing the envelope further, and that's exciting. That's why we like working on PC games, because we're all pushing each other.
I think Tim Sweeney and the folks at Epic were really very good about taking it up a notch on the graphical side, and they also introduced a lot more arcadey elements that I think still exist in a lot of games out there, and it still remains a very, very popular series.
Well, we at Epic have been building the Unreal Engine since 1995. You know, in the second year of developing it, we were approached by developers who wanted to use it for their own projects, and so building the engine for a combination of our needs and our partners' needs has been a key part of our business all along. To me, the thing that really changed the course of game development for the industry was the invention of the GPU.
On August 31st, 1999, nVidia invents the world's first GPU. PC gaming graphics are never again going to be the same.
The first time I really encountered nVidia was roughly around the Unreal Tournament 2003 era. That was when Epic, my former employer, started partnering with them for the way it's meant to be played campaign.
The GPU revolution came along and gave us an equivalent amount of silicon, about 100 times more graphics computing performance, and that put us in an entirely different trajectory and made much of what has happened since possible.
Unreal Tournament 2003 actually opened with a bumper with the nVidia logo, with one of the characters kicking it out. And in hindsight, they were actually defacing the nVidia logo, but that's not important right now.
I remember my first real 3D gaming experience where I actually bought a video card and I was running in 3D, like really in 3D using OpenGL, was Quake 2. That difference in graphic fidelity is just amazing back then, just astounding.
nVidia made its big breakout there, and very quickly they became the dominant force in PC gaming that they remain today.
I make software, but I need hardware to make software on. So when I get to work with nVidia and see what they're working on and learn about each turn what's coming next.
Blizzard launches World of Warcraft in 2005. Immersing millions of players in a unique raiding experience.
I think a breakthrough moment in PC gaming for me was WoW as well, and that was the beginning of raiding.
I played the original Warcraft, and when you look back now to Blizzard, even in those early days, because the games were that polished.
I think the first time we took down Ragnaros, we'd been trying him for something like 3 weeks, and then on that final day, first try, first time we get there, goes super smoothly all the way to the end. That was an incredible feeling.
Even the way they approached characters, right? All of the narrative that's happening in that game is happening in your head. It's all about what you're doing and how you almost, one of the characters almost died or almost survived and ended up saving the rest of your crew.
By 2008, it has over 10 million subscribers. Perhaps most importantly, it would inspire spin-offs of team-based, role-playing competitive games.
Well, I think the MOBA genre in general is a really good example of something that you wouldn't think would resonate with tens of millions of people.
When you are able to create a game like that and create a new genre, a MOBA, that's special. That's saying something when there's all these games already and you're able to create another genre of gaming that sparks all these other interests. And so I appreciate Dota for that.
The thing about Smite as a MOBA is it's an incredibly deep RTS type of experience, but you're behind the character in third person, so there's actually a little bit of action involved with a lot of the kind of deep strategy that speaks to me for that genre.
PC gaming is no longer just an activity between one person and a keyboard. It's a sport. It's a league. A global community that prides itself on finding innovative ways to evolve and create new possibilities for technology, to give gamers the tools to immerse themselves in unforgettable worlds.
What we're starting to see in PC gaming is sort of the evolution of the ecosystem around the games. So you've got things like we're doing it, and Valve actually started this, of allowing the users to actually make stuff that goes into our game. The experience is never the same. It's not like the current generation of MMOs.
For me, the biggest innovation I've seen in PC gaming, besides graphics, besides any sort of physics-based things, is the rise of digital distribution. Right now, when you look at the console space, people are still trying to sell discs. If there's a game that comes out, I want to hit a button, I want to go back on Reddit and then find out 30 minutes later I've downloaded it and I can play it with my friends. That's the world we live in 2014 and beyond.
I think in the next 10 years, there's going to be something else that makes this experience even more immersive than it is now.
The PC is very unpredictable. If somebody asked me a couple of years ago that VR was going to be happening in a big way, I would probably have said, you really think so? You think in 2 years that's going to be happening? But it is. And I believe that's really one of the big vectors that we're going to see PC gaming go into now.
I'm really excited about all of the virtual reality and augmented reality stuff because that's a better experience for everything. Not just games, it's better for movies, it's better for newscasts, you get a sense of place, you're there, it's all around you. That kind of stuff is enormously intriguing and very, very powerful.
Well, for me, it's got to be the Oculus Rift. The idea that instead of sitting in front of a screen, looking at a 3D world on the other side of a screen, you can actually be inside, looking completely around, being completely immersed.
Total immersion, that's going to change the world of gaming completely over the next decade.
This simulation and immersion that people are looking for, I think it's a lot of it is because they've played so many of the other games, and this is just the next step of PC gaming.
I think it's incredibly exciting to be able to just put on a headset and you're in a different world. And the experience is, it's like nothing else you've experienced before.
What keeps me going in the PC industry is the community. When you do something that they love, they will carry you through the streets. You do something bad, say something wrong, they will tar and feather you faster than anything.
Well, PC gaming is the most pure, visceral, and high-end form of gaming in the world. I think it will continue to be that forever.
For me, I want to get back to that point where we're making a game that's not a game, it's not just a service, it's almost a religion for the people that play it, for the people that live it, and for even couples that meet online playing the game and eventually get married. That's where the magic is at.
And now here we are in the year 2014. New PC games are running all over the world, and the most powerful PCs to date. People are having adventures in far-off lands and imagined worlds never before possible.
We've come so far, haven't we? If I showed a new gamer what video games look like then, they would just laugh.
It shows you that there are still other genres of games that we haven't even figured out yet. You know, if someone can just create a new genre just on the fly like that, it's like the possibilities are endless.
That was awesome.
Wasn't that incredible?
That was so cool.
I love that look, watching the whole evolution and history of PC gaming.
I feel like that was like it was a good primer, but you could do a mini series
Totally.
on the History
for
channel.
Sure. Yes.
Or the history of PC gaming.
Even more in depth, but that was just a great overview of really the scope of what we're talking about here today, of celebrating PC gaming. There's so much to celebrate.
I do want to interrupt you for a second.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to have to tell you this.
What?
During Game24, this was bound to happen. We have our first casualty. If we go to our Skype,
wait.
We had. Oh wait, you woke up. You woke up.
Dog.
You were asleep for a second.
You were like, there was drool, the mouth was hanging open a minute ago. You done fell asleep.
Yeah,
we were going to oust you out and bring in the next Skyper.
Let's talk to our Skype guys, but like I thought for a moment we had our first casualty. It was bound to happen. And I know it won't be the last casualty. There will be more casualties of this Game24 war, so to speak.
You need to hit that energy drink.
How are you guys holding up?
Good.
Okay, good. Except for one of you. You need some Jolt Cola. Or
Toronto. It was Toronto that fell asleep.
They just brought back Surge. Do you remember Surge?
Can I say something?
Like Mountain Dew knockoff from the 90s?
I don't know.
No one else remembers Surge but me. I'm sure it's on YouTube. Anyways, thanks guys for hanging in with us.
Stay awake.
Stay awake. We'll check in with you later, okay? And if there are any other casualties, we're going to call it out. All right?
We almost got you. We almost got you. Okay, so something else that's massive in terms of, we're talking about PC gaming, which is massive. Something else that's massive is the Kentucky Derby. I know it's a random, segue. But yeah, what do you think of the Kentucky Derby?
Well, I think of horses.
Right. And mint juleps. Right? Yeah. Well, we took one of our community members and flew them out there to get the experience of a lifetime. Do you want to see what happens?
I want to see it.
I'm interested. Let's see.
Oh, Tommy. All right, heads.
All it here.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Andrew with nVidia. We're super excited about our latest GPU launch, and we wanted to invite two of our most loyal GeForce fans for the gaming opportunity of a lifetime. We're going to take these guys out to play games on the largest 4K screen in the world, and in the process, we're going to break a Guinness World Record. They don't know that we're going to do this, so we're going to call them on Skype and see if we can get them to blindly join us on this awesome adventure. Let's give them a call. Thomas.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Andrew with nVidia. How you doing, brother?
Good, how are you?
Early Friday morning, I'm on my way to a job interview, and Andrew's like, do you want to go somewhere and do something? I can't tell you where you're going. I can't tell you what you're going to be doing there or anything like that. Do you want to go? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I didn't even hesitate.
Justin.
Originally, this started out as, hey, can you take Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off of work? And then I said, sure, because I love nVidia, right? Big fanboy.
You know nothing about this, but you're still ready to come with GeForce on an epic adventure.
And then he says, so we're gonna fly you out somewhere, but we can't tell you where, but it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, we got 2 out of 2, so we're gonna take these nerds to Churchill Downs to play on a screen that has more real estate than 5,000 30-inch displays combined. And little do they know that they're gonna be competing against each other for a chance to win an ultimate 4K gaming rig. Hooking up the PC to work with the Churchill Downs control room requires configuring 2 DVIs in surround mode and 1 long-ass fiber optic cable.
What you got there, dude?
This is the fiber to get our little PC from the control room half a mile away.
And is this gonna work?
We'll find out.
Okay.
So I'll do this myself.
I'll just hold. Oh, I got it. Oh, dear Lord.
So what I'm doing right now is just setting up the PC locally so we can test all the components of it before we run it out to the field where it's going to be at. So we had a couple issues with the fiber. Half of the image wasn't coming in right. We kind of figured that out. We're going to shut down here, run the PC all the way out there along with the fiber, and test it in its final resting spot.
So we were running a line. We got security flags the guy, actually tries to stop him, but no, he just motors straight across the line. Yeah, he just gave us a big FU and went right across it.
Should just turn on.
Firsties.
These firsties.
Game on the display. No, I just called it, bastard. Shotgun rules apply.
That's not good. It will always boot up with one screen. Why the blue bands are there is another story.
Oh. Ray, does it say text file?
Ask him what that says.
What does it say, Ray?
Ray, you suck. Thanks.
So we need to go upstairs and we need to just start switching pairs again.
All right, Paul needs access back into the control room. To me.
So take the line that's plugged into number 12 and switch that over to line number 4.
So switch line 12 to 4.
Okay.
This better work.
Yeah!
So that was the end of day one. Crazy cabling issues that showed us weird blue lines on the big screen, but after all that, man, they got Borderlands, the pre-sequel working. Our gamers, Tom and Justin, came into town. We got the drones flying around. We got the giant riser going up. We're in good shape. Fingers crossed that we have great weather again tomorrow. And I think that's it, man. It's a wrap for today.
Gentlemen.
Hey.
You guys ready?
Yeah?
For what? You have no idea. You have no.
The next morning, I picked up our gamers and introduced them to a couple of friends from Twitch who will be shoutcasting their upcoming bout.
Some big friends from Twitch. This is DJ Wheat, and this is the Gun Run, and they're here to kind of hang out with us.
Seeing these guys come into this completely blind, which is something I've just never experienced before. Like, oh, it's kind of like that reality TV show kind of vibe, but actually real and about something I care about.
But first,
They still had no idea what was going on, and I plan to keep it that way.
we need you to use your T-shirts that we ask you to bring down to blindfold yourself. We are very much so taking hostages. Okay, as long as there's no cheating involved. This way, gentlemen. We'll
Which
lead
way is
you.
this way? I seriously can't see.
Come on, come on, come on. You guys take these guys, and we'll go.
Since the screen sits 80 feet in the air and can be seen from the next state, we don't want to take any chances of ruining the surprise on our short ride to Churchill Downs.
Take your blindfolds off. Woo! Welcome to Churchill Downs. You still have no idea what's going on, do you?
Oh my God, I'm gonna get on a horse, dude.
Yes.
You didn't figure it. I think we're riding horses at this point.
After a quick tour, we led them down the Walk of Heroes, where every winner of the Kentucky Derby has entered the field. And after dodging some stinky obstacles, they finally discovered why we were here.
Watch out. Watch out.
Bro.
That was a big one.
Bro. Whoa. Oh.
No!
Oh,
way!
uh-oh.
What?
What? So.
Holy crap!
Hey, so you guys are looking at the biggest 4K screen in the entire world.
Oh, it's 4K!
And we're gonna be playing Borderlands the pre-sequel today, and we're gonna be setting a world record.
What?
Yeah.
I want to swear.
You can say whatever you want.
That is so crazy.
What the record is basically the biggest gaming competition on the biggest 4K screen, and the winner gets a system with the GTX 980 in it. And the loser, well, if you can call it that, gets to take home a GTX 980 as well. So you guys are both getting 980.
Oh my God! Yes!
nVidia approached us and they asked us if they could use Borderlands the Pre-Sequel to help them break the record for playing on the world's largest 4K screen. So we're really excited, especially because Borderlands is our biggest title at 2K, and you know, Borderlands the Pre-Sequel comes out next month, and we couldn't think of a better opportunity for this.
Well, this is for the official Guinness World Records title for the largest 4K screen at a video game competition. You will have to play for a combined time of at least 15 minutes between the two of you to get this record and to make it official.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
The scenario is that you are entering or attempting to enter a place called Drakensburg, and you're trying to retrieve an AI core.
Yeah, he's like me through his guns a lot though. He's like trying to figure out what's the best for this moment.
Justin is completely ignoring that platform to the far right.
Oh, there he goes. Yeah, I can see the auto aim like in focus. He's like panning completely to like the left side of the screen. He pops it right when they come out, so he's actually able to use his bullets. So huge advantage over Tom already here.
You know, the one thing about the auto aim is that if it sees a character sort of like through a wall, they'll try to shoot through that wall, but obviously you can't.
Time to come in and like destroy the super badass outlaws, right? Looks like there's some minions too. You guys gotta go and take out.
That was that guy exploded into a bloody mess. Oh no!
Oh shoot, he fell super down. He needs to get up there. You can't reset here. You can't reset.
That's like the worst thing that could have possibly happened.
When all the guys popped out, he just like popped his own skill. He's just jumping left and right and just headshotting everyone. I love that.
He's got to kill this guy now. The fight for your life doesn't mean you're dead, but if this guy were to fly backwards
he's about a half
get out of... Okay,
yeah.
there he goes.
Okay.
Second win. And there it is. Stop.
We got it. We got it. Fine time at the end for Justin was 12 minutes and 41 seconds. Okay. And Tom, you were 12 minutes flat.
41 seconds, baby.
You got closer.
That was solid. That last round was good.
Okay, on behalf of Guinness World Records, it gives me a great pleasure to announce that the largest 4K screen used in a video game competition has been powered by nVidia at Churchill Town in Louisville, Kentucky, USA, today, 9 September 2014.
Yeah, there you go.
Does that deserve another slow clap?
Well, that was incredible. My understanding is they broke the world record for the largest 4K gaming.
That's amazing.
And if you've ever seen the 4K TVs, I was at the recent CES this year. 4K looks incredible. 8K is further down the line, but the 4K TVs, it was one of those things where they'd show like a butterfly on a 4K TV, and you looked like you could just reach out and touch it.
Absolutely. And it's still, I mean, it's still sort of in the distant future. It's not like right now, which is why we flew them to the Kentucky Derby to have that experience, because there's still, it's still getting there. I mean, you have to have a ton of power for the consumer to really enjoy it right now.
Yeah,
it's right there though. It's right there.
When gaming gets to 4K, we're getting closer and closer to, you know, the holodeck in Star Trek: The Next Generation.
I know.
When that to me is what it's going to feel like.
Yeah, and then 4K combined with VR, combined with virtual reality, that's...
I'll never have to get up from the couch again.
What is happening? Mind blown.
Like all of you here, and we want to thank you for continuing to watch our coverage here.
Thank you so much for
Game24.
Game24 together.
Game24. Yeah.
Awesome.
Love
All
it.
right, so let's turn the page to talking about the history of Maxwell. That's pretty exciting to talk about. I mean, how from like, you know, to start to finish, the creation of a GPU.
I would like to know this because I know nothing about the creation of a GPU, and I want to be able to appreciate
fabrications
the kind of
involved,
power that is packed in.
Something, yeah. You should just watch. Don't listen to us.
Yes.
Watch this. It's incredible.
Take a look.
Maxwell is more than just another amazing GPU architecture. It's the result of years of dreaming, planning, and developing from the brightest minds throughout nVidia. The journey begins with an in-depth look at the needs, wants, and aspirations of our users. The plan is formed, and the architecture begins to take shape. We don't just focus on what's possible, but what we want to make possible. The time comes to put Maxwell's billions of proposed transistors to the test. The proving ground is a room full of hardware emulators the size of refrigerators. These machines simulate how the GPU will perform in the real world, giving engineers the insight to perfect every element before taking it to silicon. Concepts are tested, refined, and tested again. Technologies are invented and perfected. The future becomes the present. Powerful nVidia software brings the architecture to life. Every line of code is optimized to deliver superior graphics performance. Maxwell makes the transition to silicon in a state-of-the-art facility where the first processors are born, tested, and packaged. Hundreds of processors are rushed off to our headquarters for inspection. Our engineers work around the clock, evaluating every aspect of the processors to ensure the best possible performance. The craftsmanship extends beyond the GPU to every facet of the graphics card. Solid, sleek, stunningly beautiful materials and the highest grade components come together in a masterpiece of design and engineering. Every imaginable aspect of our cards is tested and tested again. The journey is nearly complete. The first GeForce GTX 900 series cards are created by graphics board partners and readied for enthusiast gamers around the globe. In 2014, Maxwell is introduced to the world, ushering in a new era of amazing performance and redefining what's possible. And in nVidia labs around the globe, a decade of dreaming, planning, and developing is underway, creating what comes next.
So what you just saw there was the journey of Maxwell, and if you've been watching Game24 since yesterday, you were there for the announcement from nVidia. The Maxwell GPU is here, and it's beautiful, and that was a really cool look at from creation to installation, really, of Maxwell.
And it made it look oddly sexy.
I know. It was
Oddly
like,
sexy.
That's hot.
It's
yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've been watching this show on AMC, *Halt and Catch Fire*.
No, I
It's
haven't.
a whole show that is dramatized about the development of a computer, and it's sort of reminds me of that.
Yeah.
But the nVidia video is much sexier.
All right,
Definitely sexier. So, hey, did you know in 1969 that man landed on the moon?
What?
Yes.
I thought that was fake.
Apollo 11
No, I'm
landed on the moon, and there are conspiracy theorists out there who say we never landed on the moon. It was all faked. It was a way for the U.S. to claim that they had won the space race against Russia. There were even rumors at the time that Stanley Kubrick, the director of 2001: A Space Odyssey, had helped NASA fake the moon landing. Well, with the help of Maxwell technology, the people at nVidia actually created a 3D model to prove that the moon landing was real. I'm excited to see this video. I'm excited to see this video because this really will debunk all the conspiracy theorists out there.
Because the main conspiracy theory was started from like the shadows, right? Like the shadows.
Yeah,
on the
there
moon.
were like
could that have
shadows.
Really happened and
right, like, oh, the shadows were weird and whatnot. So let's take a look at this video and you will see the truth.
July 16, 1969, Apollo 11 blasted off from the Kennedy Space Center, carrying 3 astronauts on its perilous journey to the moon. 5 days later, as the world watched with bated breath, astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin became the first men to walk on the moon. But not everyone is convinced that this historic journey actually happened. Over the past 40 years, numerous theories have called into question the photographic evidence that has captivated the world.
And you hear about the fact that the landing was actually done in a television studio.
And there was the big black background with, like, you know, fake stars and stuff. It's the flag being planted on the moon facing one way and the shadow of the man being the other way.
I mean, I've heard that maybe the terrain that was seen on the video wasn't accurate, the walking wasn't accurate.
There are no stars in some of the photographs, and that there should be because there was no atmosphere and that the stars would shine so brightly.
Those photographs can be demonstrated not to have been taken on the lunar surface. Now, if they were not taken on the lunar surface, there's only one other place they could have been taken, and that's on Earth.
On the surface, some of these claims seem reasonable, but do the scientific facts lend credence to these conspiracy theorists?
So with our new technology in Maxwell, we have the ability to do something that's never been done before, which is global illumination in real time. What that means is I can actually simulate the bouncing of light off of multiple surfaces and lighting other objects. With that technology, we looked for what's the opportunity to show this off. And there's this very famous photograph of Buzz Aldrin as he was descending the ladder of the lunar module when they landed on the moon.
We're modeling basically a real-time version of the Apollo 11 landing site in Unreal Engine 4. There's been a lot of speculation over the years about the lighting of that and whether, you know, that the conspiracy theories of whether it was real. And so we thought it'd be cool to try to simulate the lighting of the landing site from an accurate point of view.
We wanted to take on the challenge of showing, no, the single light source of the sun was actually able to light Buzz Aldrin even though he's in the shadows.
The task was a huge undertaking, and no detail was too small to overlook.
It's actually reasonably difficult to get a physically accurate version of the moon because it has a lot of different properties than Earth.
The environment of the moon and the surfaces of the moon have their own peculiarities. For example, the moon has no atmosphere, so when you see the sun in the sky, you won't see a blue sky around it because there's no air in order to scatter that illumination into the blue colors that you normally see.
To make sure that this is actually accurate, we did a lot of research on the different properties of the lunar soil, the spacesuit material, the material on the lander. We looked at a lot of photos, the lunar landing area, satellite imagery of that. We actually had to model the landing site, an astronaut that was realistic to the Apollo 11 spacesuits, model a land that matched the materials and the different colored regions on it and the shape of the lander legs and ladder and all that kind of thing. This all plays into how the image is created.
After the painstaking process of getting every detail modeled in 3D, the team then had to create a physically accurate lunar lighting model.
Well, we have a bunch of different modes that you can adjust in the demo, sort of as a progression through the technology. And the first mode is basically showing it how it would be if there was no indirect light or no bounce light at all. So basically no global illumination. And that mode kind of simulates what it would look like just by default in most game engines. And that's the source of where a lot of the conspiracy theories come from. Because when you look at that scene, Buzz Aldrin is completely in shadow because he's on the shadowed side of the lamp.
The way that we normally think about light is that it comes from a light source, it hits a surface, and then it reflects toward a camera. But actually, light's more complicated than that because it doesn't just bounce straight to a camera, it also bounces and hits other parts of the scene. These interreflections make up a lot of the illumination content.
The next step is basically adding additional point lights to simulate light bounced off of surfaces, and that just has to be placed by a human. And so if we enable that mode, you can see that it doesn't look very realistic at all. The next mode uses Maxwell's new rendering operations to render a more accurate view that actually does take into account spectral reflections, bounce light off the ground.
But even after the light was modeled using nVidia's voxel-based global illumination, the image still did not look right.
Part of the challenge was we've got to get the surface reflection of the moon dust, we got to get the reflection off of the lunar module. We got all of that in place and properly modeled, we thought, but the image still didn't look quite right. There was some additional light source that was just missing. Turns out we found a clip of videotape that was shot from the other side of the ladder, and as he's coming down the ladder from the opposite side, there is a huge glowing bright white light. And as we analyzed that video a little more, we realized it's Neil Armstrong himself. The bright white space suit that he was wearing reflected all that sunlight off of him and back onto Buzz Aldrin. So essentially, Neil Armstrong himself was a light source in that scene.
It makes sense when you look at, the albedo value, which is the amount of light that's reflected into your eye, basically, from a surface. For the lunar soil is around like 12%, but the suits, because they're like a Teflon-coated material, they're around 80 to 90%. And so they're very reflective. It's almost like a mirror, except you can't see something in the reflection. It just reflects the light.
Once we pulled that information in and actually modeled a second astronaut and the light coming off of him, the bounced light was correct. And Buzz Aldrin looked lit properly, as it did in that very famous photo taken in 1969.
Another apparent anomaly in the photographic record is the lack of stars in the black sky. And some say they know why this obvious omission was made.
Astronomers could have easily discerned that the star positions were not those that would have appeared in a photograph taken from the moon. So it's another case where they could not fake it, so they simply ignored it.
The thing to remember is that when they're on the moon, the sun's up there in the sky, and it's effectively daytime for them. Now, if you took a camera and set it up in your own backyard and set the camera settings so that it could get a good picture of everything that's in your backyard, and then kept those same settings, waited until the middle of the night and tried to take a picture of the stars, you'd find out that you couldn't see anything.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics.
There actually is a star field in the sky, and we have an adjustable exposure on our camera. So if we crank up that exposure to see the stars, you can see the bright light of the moon's surface starts to glow and get blown out, and they take over the entire scene.
Global illumination techniques have been used by CG artists for over a decade, but has only recently become possible to have this physically based lighting in real-time graphics.
For the longest time, global illumination has been used in film and offline rendering to get the nice, subtle look of lighting bouncing off of multiple surfaces. Unfortunately, it's just been too hard to do in real time. Now with Maxwell, however, we have enough horsepower to do global illumination in real time, so we can get that same kind of subtle lighting effect in games and all these real-time applications because of the power of Maxwell.
Maxwell makes this possible because in order to do the global illumination, we have to produce a voxelized version of the scene. And Maxwell is actually very efficient at doing multiplanar rendering, which is hard to do this. It also can push a whole lot of polygons because, computing different levels of detail of the voxelized data requires multiple passes over the scene. And so being able to atomically access memory much more efficiently, that allows you to compute this thing much faster than was feasible before. When you compare the photo with the final rendering, they're actually strikingly similar, which I think lends credence to the fact that it's not a conspiracy.
So the lunar landing demo is a very nice recreation, not just of the 3D geometry of everything that was in the scene at this landing site, but a lot of attention to detail as to how the materials would have reflected illumination and where the light was coming from, and simulating that light hitting these materials. And that combination of attention to detail is why this thing can be regarded as a pretty good pass at what it would have really looked like up there on the moon.
It's tough to prove a negative, right? Can I prove that they didn't shoot this thing on some Hollywood soundstage? Nope, I can't prove that. But what I can prove is that the lighting environment on the moon can indeed be modeled and run in real time on Maxwell, such that we can see that with that single light source of the sun and the bouncing of the light off the surface of the moon, we can see Buzz Aldrin while he's in shadow. So now in 2014, yes, I could go around and in real time, I could make a game of walking around on the moon, and it would look as real as it did in any of the photos that you saw from the moon landing. I could do that in 2014 technology. In 1969 technology, no way.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Well, I hope that sets the record straight.
I'm a believer.
Okay.
I don't have any doubts.
Good.
Do you?
Good. No,
No,
I never did. But it was really fascinating to see that demo. The fact that they could 3D model that.
I know.
That was insane.
Like, it's the things that you don't think when you think GPU, you don't think, oh yeah, let's just debunk that myth right there. And they did.
They did.
That's amazing.
Fantastic.
Awesome job. I'm Kristen Adams, and this is Chris Gore, in case you were wondering. And you can follow him at that Chris Gore.
And you can follow Kristen Adams at Kristen Adams TV. And you can follow everything that's happening on social media by clicking on the hashtag Game24. Look for that hashtag on social media, and you'll see a lot of people talking about what we're doing today.
Yes.
24 hours celebrating gaming.
Want to say hi to our Skypers over there. They've been with us since the beginning of this whole live stream.
We
you
got
guys
2-3 games,
rock,
so
mean
I'm
it
fine.
for real.
We
Totes,
love our
you.
Skypers.
Yes, and everyone who's been watching on the live stream and checking out our Mod 24 action. We're building some, amazing PCU mods. There's 3 teams going on. We're going to be checking in with them too. You guys can watch that as well.
And 24 hours is winding down. We're more than halfway through.
I know. Don't we have like a ticker in here?
I think about 14 hours. We're at 14 hours.
Okay.
14 hours, folks.
Awesome.
10 hours to go.
10 hours to go. That's all. All right, cool. So have you seen Eve Valkyrie? Have you seen the trailer for it?
I have seen. It looks amazing. I think
it's beautiful.
It would be even more amazing with a VR helmet.
Yeah,
the Oculus
I think
Rift.
that's the plan. I think that's the plan. And at CES, the buzz was Oculus Rift. Like, what are we going to see? And we weren't really told more than we already knew at E3.
I played it. It was insane.
It's
insane.
insane.
It's like an out-of-body experience when you put this helmet on and you are in a video game world.
It's total immersion. If you haven't had the chance to experience it, it is mind-blowing. I did it at Comic-Con. I had my first VR Oculus Rift experience there. But this is something to get excited about because Eve Valkyrie is coming for the Oculus Rift.
Watch this in your helmet. And if you don't have a helmet, you can just watch it right now. Take a look. It's amazing.
Virtual reality is always something we've aspired to, and you could easily argue that EVE Online, which is the game we're most known for, is really a virtual reality to the people that play it. Now, what we found with the VR headsets, and when they started coming on, specifically the Oculus Rift, you just put on the headset and you were there. And so with the power of that technology, we of course started exploring, so what can we do? And there were a number of employees in the company who had been members or took part in the Kickstarter campaign. So they quickly came to a conclusion, okay, we should do something that's set in space because we can take the assets that we already have in EVE Online. So Valkyrie is a really interesting project for us. It was then last summer that the company decided, okay, we need to turn this Pinocchio into a real boy. This project needs to become an actual project. Virtual reality has been attempted before, but not with the technology and the capabilities that we have today. So Oculus is pioneering the space with the things that they're doing. But at the same time, we're now seeing other technology pioneers step up to the plate and also provide their horsepower to solve some of the pressing problems that we have. And nVidia is one of those companies. One of the challenges that we have with virtual reality is that in order for you to be fully immersed or feel immersed in the experience, the head tracking needs to be really responsive. So as you orient your head, the frame that we end up displaying on the screen needs to align as closely to your orientation as possible. And adjusting for the actual location of your head when the image is about to be displayed and then projecting it. And that's the technology that nVidia has just developed. So asynchronous warp, which was just announced by nVidia today, is an important step for the VR industry forward. Very recently, time warp was introduced in the Oculus SDK, and asynchronous warp being applied at a different time. The thing with time warp is that it has to be applied during the early stages of the frame. With asynchronous warp, the adjustment is being applied at the very last moment of the frame, and that is better for the player because then at the very last moment of the frame, we can receive orientation update for the head tracker, so that when the adjustment gets made, you're seeing the frame displayed almost exactly as it should be. it's running on Unreal Engine 4. We're trying to make sure it's a very high quality experience, but at the same time very responsive. And these two things have to be balanced. So working with Epic has been really great because within Epic, you have also VR enthusiasts. And so they're very excited about supporting this new technology. Today, we're using the physically based rendering solution from UE4. The look that we now see in Valkyrie is simply amazing. But again, we have the high frame rate requirements. So a much higher frame rate requirements than a typical UE4 game has today on any platform. So we're definitely having to work closely with Epic to improve the performance and figuring out what trade-offs we can make. nVidia and CCP have actually been working together for many years. We've collaborated on a number of visual improvements and performance optimizations for EVE Online. And we're now extending that partnership to Valkyrie and the developments that we're doing in virtual reality. This contribution needs to be recognized because often this work provides benefits across all hardware and thus making the game better for everyone.
Headset.
It's pretty fun watching.
And
people
I'll replace
in a
your
VR set.
drink with something else, and you won't know what that is.
Don't be crazy.
Okay.
All right, I'm super excited about our guest in the studio. It's our first guest that Chris and I have had in the studio.
Game24 guest in the house. Let's do this. Nice.
You can probably tell by our screen behind us that we're going to be talking some War Machine. Get excited about this. Let's introduce our guest, shall we? We're going to just call you JK. Do you want to give your full name?
Name is Jacob Kutar Palil, but you can just call me JK, or like you can find me on Twitch as QuanMech or on Steam as White Moon Dreams.
First of all, your real name is an awesome gamer tag. I hope you got your real name as your gamer tag.
I hope no one's squatting on that.
You know, it may be the case. I know somebody's squatting on it for I forgot what it is, Hotmail or something. But yeah.
Handle squatters, be gone.
Yes.
Yes.
Out.
Yeah, get out. So CEO of White Moon Dreams, and then Frenchie, tell me your title.
I'm an associate producer.
Associate producer for War Machine Tactics. Super excited to talk about this. This is such a rich environment to talk about. Let's just fill everybody in case they don't already know. You guys started a Kickstarter campaign to raise $550,000, and you surpassed that by just a little bit. $1.6 million you guys raised.
And why did you guys not go to Vegas? Just bet on black, double, then you've got $3 million. But it's fascinating because it started as, it's a tabletop game that is now a PC game.
That's right. Yeah, it was actually created by this great company called Privateer Press, and they started out building it as like a pen and paper RPG, like in 2003 or something like that, and they grew it into a really successful miniature tabletop game, and they just celebrated their 10-year anniversary of the game itself last year. I mean, they're
It's all over the world now, right?
Yeah, it's all over the world. We were actually in Germany earlier this year, and we walked into a hobby shop, and they're all playing War Machine there. It's crazy, and in Russia, like what?
But it's weird because the artwork for the game is so inspired. It's sort of like it's that steampunk, like it's a mix of old and a mix of new. It's got that sort of Jules Verne feel to it. Yeah. And I swear I have seen, because I have been to the cosplay. If you check my Instagram at that store, you'll see I go to a lot of conventions. I'm involved in some cosplay myself. I swear I've seen cosplay of this at Dragon Con.
You're in cosplay?
It's some of my favorite cosplay to see, actually.
That's
awesome. The steampunk and the War Machine. That's like my favorite. They're amazing. Walking around, they get so creative because there's a lot of creative license. Yeah. So many characters.
And the community is so into it, right? The community for the game is great. Like you go into like a hobby shop, like a board game shop, and you see people playing, and they'll they'll spend hours teaching you how to play, and they'll talk cosplay tips with you.
They're patient.
And they're
They
patient.
are. I love
yeah.
that. I'm like, thank you
Yeah,
for
they're
making
the
me
sweetest
feel so
people.
welcome. Yes,
Yeah.
they're so sweet, and it's such a fun world. I love the steampunk, you know, aspect of it. So talk to us about, where do you start with taking a tabletop game, this turn-based game, and taking it to where it is now?
Honestly, you start with the community, right? Like, we spent a lot of time talking with players. We went to conventions, you know, like figuring out what's going to be the best way to deliver something that they want, something that makes them happiest first. And we took all that, and we took, you know, our technical limitations with the engine, gameplay limitations, like how long should turns take and stuff like that, and just started paring all that down into like a succinct design. And really, you take with games like XCOM really opening up turn-based strategy again for you know, to a larger audience, it really kind of paves the way for us to almost like you know, give homage to like XCOM and like Magic the Gathering, which is what, you know, which is what tactics really is.
How much did the community influence the design of the game? Because in effect, the community, having paid for it, the community is your CEO, right? I mean,
in a lot of ways, yeah. Actually, during the Kickstarter, like, if you can go back and read the comment section if you want to go through 10,000 comments, but there, like, we were Matt Wilson, the owner of Privateer Press, and I were constantly on talking with the players. Like, they're telling us, like, we'd like to see this and we'd like to see that, and just trying to figure out okay, where are areas we should design and all that. And that, you know, that really became a strong component at that point, and it's kind of continued on in March of this year. We actually started rolling the game out to like a few backers, and like we went early access in June or July, and we've continued that concept of working with the community, right? Like taking their feedback and building the game into something that they really want to spend time in.
How has the early access been going? What's the response been? Are the backers just stoked?
Yeah, so much positive feedback. People send us cookies and donuts, and
oh, that's so
it's
sweet.
so
Did
cool.
you bring any cookies and donuts to us?
Yeah.
Because that would have been great.
Where's the excess? Oh, sorry. The excess is right here.
But it's incredible. We were talking before before this interview, we were talking about how, you know, when you buy a game on Kickstarter, when you enter into a Kickstarter campaign, it's like pre-ordering the game. It also is a vote of confidence, and the fact that you tripled what you were initially going for, I think, shows that the community trusted you guys. So you have a large responsibility.
How do you feel?
Yeah.
I want to swear right now.
Pressure.
Yeah, it's
I think that's a good thing. I think that they trusted you.
It's, yeah. I mean, like the community. So there's two aspects when you're going into something that already has an existing community, right? Because that community already trusts what groups like Privateer has been doing, and now a company like us, White Moon Dreams, that's actually developing the game, is kind of renting that trust in a way, right? You know, like
that's nice.
There's we really have to deliver. So there's incredible amount of pressure on us, which is also why we interact so much with the community. You know, we've had tournament players come in, we've had like newbie players come in and just sit there and play the game for like an entire day, just to, you know, get their feedback and all that. It's an intense amount of pressure, but I mean, the players are really happy with it.
Talk to us about just the nVidia GameWorks technology and how it's helped make this possible.
GameWorks. So I got to say, like, nVidia has been a godsend to this project in more ways than just GameWorks. But I mean, the GameWorks stuff alone, like the first, well, of course we use PhysX. We use PhysX, Apex Cloth, and we use Apex Destruction. And the Cloth stuff blew my mind, first off, because usually Cloth Sim is pretty CPU intensive, and we were able to actually run on non-NVIDIA hardware with like having, like, I don't know, what was it, like 32 characters simming Cloth, no problem. It's really nice. And I mean, like, I could go on. We have Destruction. We did all kinds of Destruction performance tests. We have like we have a level where you basically are running the Warjacks, these big robots. You're running them through buildings, right? I mean, like, that's kind of the point, and it's all Apex Destruction, and you know, like, no hits, no, you know, it's beautiful, and like stuff like HBAO Plus it's HBAO Plus. For people that don't know about it, it's a different type of ambient occlusion, and it's far more detailed than what people are used to with like SSAO and stuff like that. When our lead engineer integrated that into the game, the look of the game changed so much. The team, like members of the team, couldn't wait for the new build to show up in like 20 minutes or whatever. They kept running over to his machine, looking at it like, this is our game. This looks like this.
This is really it?
Yeah. It was really mind blowing. So I mean, we're integrating the anti-aliasing solution TXAA. We're integrating nVidia DOF. Turbulence. Yeah, all the Flameworks stuff. I mean, we're going full force, and we actually just talked last night about the new global illumination stuff that's coming, and we're pretty interested to see what we can do with that as well. So the GameWorks stuff it's awesome, and nVidia is just an incredible benefit. And we're a small dev, right? We're somewhere in between indie and small dev, I guess. And having someone like nVidia on our side is just it's awesome.
Well, can we see some of it? I
No.
mean, please show us. Show us.
This is going to be a long 30-minute segment. If you show us something, you better show us.
Right. You want to hop into Skirmish?
Yeah, let's take a look.
And tell us too, even though obviously we're going to be getting
skirmish mode.
into this environment, into the gameplay, but if you could just set us up for people that are new to War Machine.
Oh yeah.
Just the environment and the story, like what we're going to be seeing.
So before I introduce it, there's a ton of information on our site, warmachinetactics.com. You can go there and you can get tons of information on the world and the game, and you can see all the characters that are in it. So War Machine is this sort of a Full Metal Fantasy steam-powered universe, and there's there are a number of factions that are battling for control. You can see our top-down view here, and you can see that we can really get in close on the characters. That's right. Those big robots are the warjacks. So you can see we got the couple of warjacks, and then there's a number of troop units, and then when Frenchie gets a second, he can zoom into the warcaster.
Wow, just the textures. Look,
Yeah.
the textures. I mean, it's amazing. The smoke coming off the top.
Oh yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's just I mean, combining the nVidia GameWorks stuff and and Unreal 4. I think we're the second Unreal 4 game to be released, and it's just an awesome combination. But this phase is when this is called the deployment phase, and we're you can actually like lay out your units, and he's looking at the opponent team. This faction is called Crix, and once you kind of set up your deployment, you actually start playing like XCOM style. The thing that makes us different from a lot of other turn-based games is like I said earlier, it's very much like Magic the Gathering, where every unit is unique, right? So what you're doing, like part of the game is really the metagame. It's the metagame of what is your squad going to be like? Am I going to be more ranged? Am I going to be melee? Am I doing a whole lot of interplay between the different units? How am I going to play this out? You're basically building your deck, right? And then you go online. And we've got this awesome online community that's super active right now. It's really awesome. They actually themselves set up their first tournament and did it like a couple of weeks ago. It's so awesome to have these people that are so amped about it that they do these things. So they're actively they're telling us like, this is how we want to build squads. This is how this feels unbalanced, or that feels unbalanced, or we'd like to see this unit from the War Machine world next, and as we're going, we're actually updating the warmachinetactics.com website to show like this is, you know, here's the new stuff coming out. Like eventually we want to do things like, you know, let people vote on maps and units and things like that. You know, very much like a player-centric sort of environment. You know.
Now, Frenchie, tell me what you're doing right there.
Right now, I am getting my forces in place to crush this enemy.
So you're positioning. You're telling your warjacks where to go.
Yeah. So he's got the warjacks. He's got the warjacks place. He's got one more to go, and then he's placing the warrior units, and then there's the warcaster back there. Now the warcaster always has to be within a certain range of the warjack. So the warcaster really has this sort of like affinity to the warjacks. So it's called focus, and it lets them do all kinds of crazy stuff. Rather, they can slam them, headbutt. They can do crazy, like all kinds of crazy buffs and attacks and all this stuff. So it's very deep. Each unit, every single unit, has a number of different things it can do. So Frenchie here is kind of carefully laying out, laying out his initial disposition of units, and he's already applied a buff to I think that's a Revenger over there, and now the AI is going to go at it. We're still working out a lot of bugs, so you'll see guys running through walls and stuff like that, but.
It's all good.
Oh, I thought he cast a spell.
Oh, yeah. You know, and there is a special ability to do that. Yeah.
Is there? Yeah, there we go.
There is, yeah.
No, it's great to see an early access, you know, version of the game. I don't get to see these very often, so this is fun.
Oh. Oh yeah,
so the bugs are fine. It doesn't bother me. I love seeing this.
Yeah,
those aren't bugs.
Right. All our early access people actually are going to get a little special. All the crap.
Good.
You know?
Hey, that's awesome.
But I think that's a fun part of the process.
Yeah,
you really feel like you are then a part of.
The War Machine tabletop game has like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of units, right? And like we're releasing, like in November, we'll be releasing like a total of 52. Means that that really means working with our community, you know, to build something great, you know.
And did you already say, what did you say about November? There's more coming.
So November is when we're releasing the single player campaign and like all the core multiplayer units that we were going for the ready and out, and then after that we're going to continue releasing the stretch goals and just kind of keep going from there, you know. You want me to play?
Not
I
really.
can definitely do that.
Okay, well you're doing a great job. I don't want to ignore you.
That's actually a huge problem I have with this game is chance. So it kind of makes me feel good about myself.
What's been sort of just a moment for you so far in the creation of this game? I mean, is there a moment where you're just so proud of, or just a moment in the game? Or I don't know.
So as a gamer or as a dev?
Ooh, can you answer both? Are they different answers?
Yes.
Okay, then
sure.
how about as a dev?
I think as a dev, like my most favorite moment was the first time I showed this game off to the community at PAX, which was my first conference.
It was your first conference ever?
Working.
In life, or for this? Okay.
Just working.
Okay.
I was excited and everyone was excited and it was just like bam, like all this energy. So that was
People like cheering you on.
exactly
like, yes,
right.
Keep
and
going.
they come up to you, they're like, "Oh man, I love you, man."
Can we hug it out right here?
It's called not this mode, but the mode that I play online competitively is. Assassination, and it's really take out the warcaster. So it's kind of like when, so the turn where you exactly what I'm going to do, and when I do it,
Doesn't
I just
work
want
out.
to.
And he does too.
That's awesome.
What's next for you guys? Be
Well,
more.
That's
Can
just
you
like
talk?
the press to ask those questions.
Yeah, and
What's
I'm
next?
curious.
I'm just
the
kidding.
the War Machine universe. Has like hundreds and hundreds of characters, all have cloth. And, so
They do.
Thank God for
4 to 6 year project, right? You know, just keep building, you know, why kind of start new when you can keep building into this? There's all these factions still to go in War Machine, and then on. Just expand into that, right? And have you know, build the same sort of community, build the same sort of gameplay experience, you know. So that's, you know, that's a lot of what we're thinking. You know.
Do you think we're going to be seeing even more and more turn-based games?
Oh yeah, we're already seeing it. Like XCOM really like
stirred
blew the
everything
doors.
up.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just it was so beautifully executed, right? And it reached out to. It was done great on console and everything. It reached out to so many people who weren't typically interested in and even strategy games. You know, not let alone like turn-based. And we've seen so many more. You know, like Banner Saga came out, and Double Fine is doing turn-based tactics games, and that's great for all of us. You know, like it's great because like I love playing those games, and it just it also inspires us to just keep up in the game. You know, making better and better games. It's really cool.
It's amazing that the community actually assisted. Talk to some of the community right now via Skype, and let's bring the community here right now and see.
We have some newbies.
Some.
You just took your hoodie off, Toronto.
Okay, Skypers watching Game24. What are your thoughts? What are your questions? And
What's the engine is the game?
Oh, we're using Unreal 4. It's a beautiful engine. We actually had to make a last-minute decision to go with 3 or 4, and then based on the performance that we would eventually get off of 4 and the features that we were getting and the way that we could continue like adding to the game without making it massive downloads for everybody, we went with UE4. And
that was a great question, actually. Let's get another question from one of you guys.
What would be the system?
Okay, well, one of you guys.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll let him ask his question first. It's fine. All right. What would be the system requirements?
So for PC, the min spec would be an Intel 4000 GPU as long as you have 8 gigs of system RAM, and we've seen people playing on as low as like i3s, as long as it's a, you know, at least that's largely it. Obviously, it works best with like you know, a good dedicated GPU, and you know, like a i5, i7, and you know, like, you know, 4 to. You would recommend it all? You know, we're running pretty nicely on nVidia, and actually I can't believe we're actually at like 60 FPS. We were running a scene earlier where it was super heavy and just like rock solid at 60 FPS, and the GPU in there is the 980. I can't believe it. Actually, last night I saw.
Oh wow!
Like running smooth as hell. So that's pretty mind blowing.
So game features, features of the engine.
One more time.
Can you show destruction?
Oh, you want to see destruction?
Destruction?
Oh, destruction.
Oh,
I
destruction.
thought you said construction.
Oh, levels that we've brought today, but we'll put up video shortly of one of the levels that we're finishing up now.
And with your accent, that was like the best question you could have asked. Can you show destruction? I love you already.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Which
everyone
mode is
loves destruction, right?
Right. Yeah. You mentioned Assassin's mode is the one that you particularly... Assassination mode. I'm sorry.
We haven't released it. It's coming out next Tuesday.
Yeah, actually, that was a new tweak to the eye went in, and these guys are really aggressive. But pretty much it's kind of like a hordes mode where people just like you play against like an AI.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And
so
they were coming at you.
Yeah, we're coming at you.
They were coming at you. Yes.
Yeah, they're a little aggressive.
And now they're going to be upset about that decision.
Oh yeah, you want to play it that way, bitch?
Do you guys have any more questions? Maybe we could take one more before we.
What inspired you to go with? What inspired you to go with the steampunk theme?
At Wilson, he actually like 10, 12 years ago, right? So established that. So we're kind of like fitting into what they already had.
Do any of these games? Have you guys seen a for instance, when a tabletop does evolve into this, have you seen
that a lot already right now? Because there are some differences between the tables and tends to get people interested in the tabletop. You know, okay, like, oh, I can buy these miniatures, and I can have my own. You know, I can play this with other people, like physically, and it's actually something that's kind of cross promoting, right? The digital
and very aware of just the culture of it, and especially like with the cosplayers and going to the conventions and seeing that. So the early access, just the components of the tabletop game, and like what's this? It feels like a fluid jump.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And there's a lot of homage. There's things that we've got planned. I mean, things like skins that like that, and maybe like putting bases on the characters like the tabletop would have, or even like a map where it's like a table. It's it's actually like a table with like, you know, fake terrain and stuff on it and people standing around, you know, just like fun stuff like that, you know.
Well, it's amazing what you've done. I'd love to see what you guys could do with Cards Against Humanity. To see Cards Against Humanity done digitally with, oh my God, in 4K.
You should
it would
get
be
him
an
on your dev
amazing
team.
game.
Yeah.
That is an idea, my friend.
You
So
think
you
so?
were asking
Hey,
what
we
are
should take it to Kickstarter.
Really?
They have
Okay, first of all,
experience.
I was joking.
the next White Moon Dreams project
But
is?
what could that? How would you even do that? See, first of all,
Ooh,
this is why I
brainstorming
love your
session,
imagination. Yeah, like 'cause that, that is such a vile game.
Oh, it's
That's
so
a game
deliciously
we cannot
vile.
discuss. So I
And they
love
give
it.
you blank cards
The
that you
blank
can write
cards
in.
are great. I've got the. It's wow. That game is fantastic. I don't know how you would do it, but I'm fascinated that people love into a movie. The process of taking a tabletop game, it's incredible to see what you guys have done.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been such a great process, right? And like really trying to figure out like what are the elements to keep, and you know, like it's not just like turning a book into a movie, right? Like it's got things that don't work, right? And you do make some people angry, right? And we you know, we do our best to explain this is how it works, this is why it works that way, but you know, the most important thing about like turning anything, Cards Against Humanity or the book, or like a book, or you know, War Machine or anything, when you're converting it between media, is like keep the soul, right? Like as long as you keep the spirit of the game, you know, and in our case, people do love it, you know.
We only have 20 seconds, and in 20 seconds, can you tell me what is going on with your necklace?
It's
What is that?
It's a long story, but that's my buddy Choco Cat.
Choco Cat.
Yeah.
Choco Cat.
Yeah.
Oh, he has a name.
Yeah, he's actually one of Hello Kitty's buddies.
Oh, that's cute. Okay, that's all. Well, I should have asked earlier since it was a long story. Thank you guys so much for giving us a look at War Machine. Thanks for playing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And giving the viewers an early access peek. Very excited to see how it develops. And congrats on
Thank you.
the success.
And where can they
so far.
go? Where's the website?
Check us out on warmachinetactics.com. You can see us also on Steam. You can find us on Steam. If you just search for War Machine, you'll find us there. But if you want to know anything about the game, warmachinetactics.com. It's all there. Jump in and play. The community is super helpful. We play with everybody all the time. You know, we love all you guys. Like, come out and play.
That's great.
Thanks for
Thank
coming
you
in
guys
the
so
studio.
much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
It's pretty incredible. 3 teams are modding out their PCs for the next however long we have of this live stream. And they're
Less than 10 hours.
less than 10 hours. And they've all got different themes going on. It's pretty incredible. So let's take a look at Mod 24.
We are about to go on to the main Game 24 stream. I guess I should try to have my Game 24, and I often get very cold when I'm extremely tired, so. All right, so we are back here at Mod 24, and we are seeing some pretty exciting stuff going on now. Can you tell me what this piece, with how many bends? Have you got in here already? That's 1, 2, 3 90-degree bends. Where's this going, Lee?
This is going from the CPU to the reservoir.
Okay, so this is only your second
piece
hard pipe that you've actually completed. Is this one done? Are you about to do a test fit here?
I'm about to do a test fit.
All right, so we get, wow, the timing's excellent for this. We get to actually find out if it fits.
I'll probably have to cut off some, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, so guys, actually since the last time we updated on the main stream, Lee has completed one of the hard pipe runs. So something to note here is look how straight that is. That is one of the most beautiful things about this hard tubing that simply cannot be replicated with a more conventional vinyl or other soft tubing. the way that you get these clean angles, it really makes the build overall look much more computery to me. Like, there's just something about it that with these nice straight lines, it makes it look much more modern or even futuristic. Now, of course, it's going to look better once it's full of some kind of a colored liquid. Lee, are you guys planning to use a colored fluid?
Yeah, we haven't decided what color yet, but yes. So clear, you know, we just say there's liquid in there, right? And there's nothing in there, but, you know.
So it's funny to me seeing all these teams come together and it basically come down to the wire in terms of a lot of these of coolant, and you'll go with whatever color suits you at the time?
Actually, I have come up with any color we want.
All right, so let's have a look and see if this is going to fit here.
It looks like it will. It looks like it's going to fit, but I got to trim it because it's too long on the end. So maybe about a half inch, no, probably an inch. About an inch off there.
This looks absolutely sick. All right, so I'm going to throw the stream over to Luke, who's out in the courtyard right now and is going to have an update from BS Mods, see where they're at in terms of painting.
All right, guys, so you guys have seen their introductions. You guys have seen all the struggles that BS Mods have been through throughout this whole stream so far. So we're going to check in with them right now. How are things going? I see you guys are still doing a lot of sanding.
Yeah, we still have a little bit more to do to get these. We got these 3 main pieces to get in the booth, and then everything will be under primer, and we'll be moving right along.
I'm going to try and not take up too much of their time because they have a ton to do. So if you guys can follow me, we're going to actually look into the paint booth because I know they've got a couple things going on in here. We've been watching them sand all day. This is a very ambitious project. So you can see they've actually done a modification. We're modding cases and paint booths apparently. So they've torn a bigger hole in the side of the paint booth so you get a fan in there, get some better ventilation going on. And then if we can maneuver our way in here, I'll try to help the cameraman out. Can you make it? All right, there we go. We can see actually their big side panel window has been painted, which is really exciting. I didn't know that was in here yet. So we've got that. We've got part of the power supply, 2 parts of the power supply here, and then I'm not entirely sure what this piece is for, but that's probably something internal in the case. So it's actually really cool that they have this side panel window, not the window, but the side panel with the window whole cutout thing on it actually painted, because that is a pretty large piece. So once they get the, I believe, 2-3 main pieces out there ready for paint, we'll have a whole bunch of stuff ready in primer drying, which is something they really need to get done. Unfortunately, it is a little bit humid out here. Hopefully this ventilation that they've added to the booth will help, but again, it is a little bit humid in here. That's why Team Mongoose actually opted to do their airbrushing inside, because it's less humid in there, and hopefully they could get it to dry earlier. We do have to wait for a lot of coats of paint for Team BS Mods, but again, we've talked about this before. For you guys that are watching on the mainstream, looking for those letters and trying to get into the draw contest for these computers, even if you win this one and it's not complete when the stream is over, they will finish it off stream and you'll get a completed product to your door. So that'll be absolutely fantastic. Linus is here. Hello, Linus. So they actually did get paint on.
Oh, they did. All right, so this is just primer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I am liking the look of these components with, you know, a fresh coat of, I mean, obviously a coat of paint that's been on something for 20 years or whatever is not going to hold up in the same way that, that a newer one is. But look how clean this window cutout looks. I absolutely love it. If they finish this one, I think they're in the running to win this thing.
Yeah, that's a big if. It's a huge if, but I do think they definitely could win. One really nice thing about stuff like their window is it looks extremely factory made. Very, very, very clean. So if they actually get a window in there, huge points. Not entirely sure if they'll get a window in there at this point in time, but hopefully. It's nice to see. When I came up here, I wasn't sure how much was in the paint booth. I was very happy to see that this major piece was actually in the paint booth.
At least they've got some large something that actually has paint applied to it, because the thing about painting is that they're going to have to wait for it to cure and or at least dry enough to reapply in between coats. So as long as they get the workflow going, this one can be getting a coat while that one's being primed, while this one's getting a second coat. They've got to They've got to get it rolling. They've got to start rotating them. And once they make that happen, they're going to be in much better shape, and they're going to have a much better chance of completing this.
For sure. This was actually really good to see. I was pretty nervous when we were coming over here. I only talked to them for a couple seconds.
Ooh, we just got an update. Now, one thing I would have liked to see here, do you want to jump over there and I'll throw it to you again? So one thing I would have really liked to see for Team BS Mods here is I would have liked to see the main chassis in here rather than a side panel, because that would mean that if the side panels still needed to be coated closer to the end, they could start building the system inside the chassis and they could work in parallel that way. With something like a side panel, if you have a finished side panel but not a finished chassis, you can't actually start installing the motherboard and graphics cards and all that stuff, so that might set them back a little bit as we move forward here. So we're going to try and get out of here. And we are going to throw back to Luke, who is apparently going to get us the first look at the finished side panels from Team Mongoose. But I'm going to get these guys to run with me as fast as we can move here and get a quick look. Oh, apparently we're throwing to Luke. So maybe we can get one quick shot of the ships here. Can we see the ships? And okay, there we go. So there's more laser. There's more laser printing going on. There's going to be some ships for Titanfall, drop ships. Okay, that's cool. We can throw it to Luke now. Luke, you are up.
All right, guys, so I know you guys have seen part of this case already. Linus was just talking to you guys. But what we've seen now is the finished side panel. So if we can get a cool, almost finished side panel. Sorry, I jumped the gun on that one a little bit. So you got the Black Ops logo. I know. Are you guys getting the skull in there somewhere? Or
there's still an emblem that's going to be going in here. I'm not quite sure where yet, but there's still some shading to do, as you can see where the tape marks were at and stuff like that. And then I think there's supposed to be some screws or rivets or something like that. So almost there. Almost.
Getting close, starting to look like a finished product, actually. Not a finished product, but starting to look like a finished product. And I can see where the spaceship is actually starting to tie in. That was something I was a little bit worried about at the beginning, to be completely honest, but you can definitely see it now. Something that I've commented about, I don't think not much on the mainstream, but this kind of belt right here looked like the Star Wars belt. I always used to bring that up that the Stormtroopers wear, especially when it used to be white. Now it's kind of gray, so it doesn't really look like it anymore. But looks really cool. I like how much texturing you guys kind of added, how it's actually 3D. Like, these aren't just necessarily details, these actually come out from the panel. I think that's going to be hard to show on camera, but all of the different, yeah, here we go, we can try and see it. It's 3D, it comes out of the panel. These aren't just painted on, they're not just stylistic, well, they are stylistic things, but he spent a lot of time actually adding the elements to this. We've actually got Ron here right now. What can you tell me about the side panels?
Well, we constructed all the effects panel like out of the styrene, 1/8 inch styrene. And then I went in and just did like all the shadow layers, which I'm working on right now. This panel isn't quite done yet, and we still have some finished paint effects that we need to apply. We'll still need to apply all the panel rivets as well, and the screws that go on all these little screw holes that we drilled out. But we're getting pretty close. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the other side door so we can get these things probably to about 90-95% completion, and then just knock the rest of it out and finish looks and be ready to go.
Awesome. And then have we seen much of the tubing on the other side? I wasn't here for that part.
Still working on it.
Still working on the tubing?
But we did talk about the pieces.
Did talk about the tubing. Okay.
This
So,
one I was working on, still working on.
yeah. So you guys are actually pretty close to being done. No? No? Closer than most groups. Do you guys,
Yeah,
are you
I
guys
mean,
going for the bonus points of booting?
We'd like to do that, yes. That'd be awesome. And I'd like to knock out the water cooling here pretty quick so I can actually finish the system even without any panels on it. You know, just zip tie all the wires together, do some wire management, get all the fans and everything in there and actually see it turn on, and then walk away and go help Ron finish off the other panels, you know? Because we don't need that. All we need to do is knock out the panels and we should be good to go, right? I think.
Cool. Honestly, right now, looking at all the different builds, I think this one will boot for sure. I'm not so sure about BS Mods at all. Kind of thinking they might not at this point, to be completely honest. The paint is still going. They've got one side panel that has started painting, and none of the other side panels have started painting. That's going to be pretty interesting. And then Team Kill Ninja is I think kind of floating back and forth, but they'll probably get something going on.
I think they're going to boot. I'm hoping that we all boot up. you know, that'll be awesome. I know one thing that you guys said early on, actually, was that if you guys were able to complete your build early, you guys might actually end up helping other people. So that's why I said I'm hoping that they all boot. If we have to push, shove, let's go, let's boot it. Let's get it going. I think at this point in time, you guys might probably be out there with BS mods at some point, trying to help them. I don't want to get in the way, though. You know, I don't know much about painting, so, you know, at some point, you got to let that paint dry, and my understanding is got to dry for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where Linus is at right now. Maybe one of the headquarters guys can tell me what's going on there. I'm not 100% sure what's going on. But if we can jump over here, I don't know, did he interview Team Kill Ninja? Do you guys know?
I'm not sure. I don't think anybody's been in here.
Not yet, but their camera's changing batteries. So we're actually going to slide over here because even if they haven't or have interviewed Team Kill Ninja, I don't think they have in here, and I don't think they will in here. So we get to check out their build a little bit, and you can see some of the laser cut weaponry from Titanfall that they're going to be putting on here, and they're like little tape labels. These will be coming off. But looks super, super sharp. This is a really interesting way of doing an open test bench. Most test benches that I think myself and a lot of people in the audience have probably seen lay on their side. So the motherboard and stuff will be on their side. But there's many reasons to do this case like this. One, it would be a huge landscape if it was on its side. And two, you kind of want your reservoirs to be vertical. So it's cool that they actually set this up this way. We've got a gun here. I think there's more on here. There's a gun on the other side. I don't really want to move it a ton. I'll see if we can get the camera in there a little bit. So another one mounted behind the reservoir. They have two different types of guns, so I believe we'll be having some more panels in here later on where they'll be mounting more cuts. And I know they were talking about having actual Titans and pilots all throughout the case. So yeah, I think we're going to be throwing over to Linus here in one quick second, and I wish the Kill Ninja guys were actually here so I could talk to them about it, but I did want to show you guys an update of their computer.
All right, so we're going to do an update with Team Kill Ninja here. Now, the original plan that I heard from you guys involved, you know, gun decals and Titans, but I didn't hear anything about dropships in the original plan. So can you show me what kind of progress you guys are making on that? I see a couple of what looks like drafts in here. Can you give us some idea what you're doing?
We've printed out a few ships, and we're putting those on the top level. The guns are on the bottom level. So we want symmetry, but we don't want boredom, so we're trying to have different guns and vehicles on each side. So when you look at it, it's kind of like peeling back an onion. You know, layers. Every time you go deeper, you find something new about it.
Okay, that's very cool. So now, in the time I've been standing here, which has been for about 10 minutes, you guys have mostly been poring over the screen here. What are you guys up to here?
So basically, we're selecting different ships here, and we're trying to get them properly aligned and fit into some of the small spaces we have to work with. And it's all about getting basically the right artwork so that when we transfer it to the laser, more of the detail carries across.
So that's something that you guys have probably spent pretty much the bulk of the time here on, is figuring out how to get that to translate to that and to that. So how close are you on the ship?
I'd say we're pretty close. This is the last section that we need to do, and then we'll be completed with that part. We can start doing the hardline tubing. Well, one of us will, and the other will work on doing the rest of the artwork, like doing the large Titan, which will be kind of the centerpiece of the entire build.
All right, so you guys have left the centerpiece to the end. Do you feel any pressure? Do you feel any pinch right now? Or are you still really confident about finishing in time?
Oh, we're definitely confident about finishing in time. We just want to pack as much in as possible.
So do you have the Titan artwork chosen? Is there a reason that you've decided not to print it out yet?
Yes, well, you know, we're learning as we're going, and we realize that maybe we'll find a better technique as we go along, and that's the centerpiece, so we're going to save it to last and, you know, give it our best effort.
All right, well, I want to move outside and get an update from BS Mods, but I'm liking where you guys are heading right now, so good luck, keep it up. We're gonna roll outside here, and then we're gonna throw back to Luke to give you guys the details. Anyone who's watching on the main stream here, the details of how you are going to have a chance to win one of these 3 awesome systems. Oh, look at that. Our cable wrangler has returned. All right, so BS Mods. I hate to do this to you, but can I borrow you for just a moment here? All right. How you guys doing?
We're doing our final wet sand on these parts to get them into primer.
All right, so how is the main chassis itself? Because once you get that painted, obviously you can begin to build the system inside it while someone else paints. Is that kind of the attack plan here?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we still have some graphics to do on the paint and stuff, so it'll be a while in paint, but I don't think the build will take very long.
All right, so not worried, actually. Surprisingly confident. I'm liking your guys' attitude. I'm going to throw it back to... I'm throwing it back to the mainstream here. Thank you guys very much. Don't miss any of Mod 24 over here. This stuff is only going to get more and more intense as we get closer and closer to crunch time. And I realize I didn't throw it back to Luke to give you guys details on how you can win one of these 3 PCs. So I'm just going to give you guys a link, guys. It's game24.nvidia.com. You can find the full details on how you can qualify to take one of these GTX 980 3-way SLI powered machines back home and use that as your daily driver gaming rig. Not a bad deal.
Okay, did they not realize that the sun is up?
I know.
That it's down to hours.
It is
hours
weird.
to finish.
Yes.
Guys, kick it into gear.
They've been hardcore.
Oh my God.
They've been up all night. I mean, they are just hardcore. And it is weird to see it go from like just nighttime to now looking at them and like you said, the sun's up and it's daytime.
The sun is
and we're
up.
getting close.
Get going.
They look good though, don't they?
Yeah,
they look good.
They
They're
look
strong.
great.
They're strong.
All 3 teams are looking good. Yeah, I like that. So Tom Peterson, this is who has joined us in the studio from nVidia.
Absolutely.
And you've been coming by to give us our tech talks. You like alliteration, so it's tech talk.
Tech talk with Tom.
Yeah, you should grab.
I'm going to grab hold of that. I'm going to go with it.
Yeah.
Wow, wow.
So you're here to talk about multi-frame sampling anti.
Exactly, multi-frame sampled AA.
Awesome. MFSAA.
We dropped the S.
Oh,
so
MFAA.
it's MFAA. And you know what the web has said? We launched this name yesterday, and nobody is calling it MFAA. They're calling it Mother AA, right? So it's really exciting AA.
Yeah, it's really exciting.
That's the first thing that popped into my head.
Exactly,
too.
and it's kind of, it's
the internet and I, we think alike.
Yes. Yes, you do.
So I know, like anti-aliasing, the staircase, the aliasing, the staircasing effect that happens.
Exactly.
When movement or anything happens, you can
it's
explain it.
really irritating.
But I'm interested to know about the multi-frame anti-aliasing.
Okay.
So break it down, Tom.
I'm going to break it down. So I'll give a little recap of what aliasing is.
Yes.
And it's kind of, the aliasing is pretty much what we call a sampling problem, where you're looking at geometry that's effectively a continuous function. You're looking at an edge of a triangle, and you have to kind of get that onto your screen somehow, but your screen is discrete pixels. So what you're doing is trying to figure out what color should pixels be. So aliasing is that coarseness that happens when you do that map. And it looks really shitty as lines move across that coarse grid. Anti-aliasing is a technique to try to minimize that by hitting mid-shades. Between the on and off, you're going to hit like a gray instead of a black and white. Now, multi-sample aliasing is a little bit complicated, and I probably ought to show a picture to explain how that works.
Diagrams and
all right, so I have diagrams.
How I got through college.
And we're going to the big board. Boom! Big board. Okay. Touch screen again. I'm very excited about this. I feel like it's going to work.
I feel like we are so in your class right now. I need to.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
We're going to touch the screen, and it should play. Now, I hope this has no audio, but we'll see. Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
okay, so it's just a little bit of gameplay. This, by the way, is downloadable off of nVidia.com, I hope today, right? And, okay, we're going to stop.
Your presentation's moving without you.
It's okay. I was coming to this grid.
Okay, good.
Okay, now, for those of you that were watching, this grid is actually pixels. Okay, and I'm going to black it out and show you what's happening when you have a continuous line. Okay, now that line represents the edge of a triangle that's kind of, you're moving and you're seeing, because you know when we render something, we're always working with triangles, and triangles have edges, but what we're trying to do is figure out how do we get these triangles to appear on the screen. So you might ask yourself, well, you know, if I'm doing this, the question is, what color should that whole pixel be? What color should that whole pixel be? and what color should that whole pixel be? And you can tell that the answer is not black and white. But unfortunately, let's go here, and we're going to say, see if I can get this to work. Yeah, I think we're back on, right? Yes. This is exciting, Jace. Okay, so you see what we did here? We said if there's a line coming through here, what you really want is this to be the first color and the bottom to be the second color. But let me tell you how that happens. It's called sampling. Now, I told you that there's these pixels, and there's a continuous line that comes through the pixel. Oh, let me get that. Whoa. He's out of control.
What is happening?
Whoa. Ah. All right, stop. Did that stop? Whoa. Stop. All right. We're okay. We're okay. All right.
Tom keeps saying stop. I love it.
So what's happening, I think I just hit it again. All right, so what's happening is this is the continuous, shit.
This touch screen is going bonkers.
No, it's actually me. I'm just like,
Tom's going bonkers.
I'm going to back it up. I'm backing it up. That never happened. Okay, we're back here, and I'm going to pause it. I think it is paused. It is. All right, so now we're going to come back over here, and I'm going to clear that. So what this is showing you is the way the scene ought to look, right? There's a triangle, and there's an edge on this side and an edge on this side, but we got to figure out how do we represent this white and this black. So what we do is called sampling. And you can think about sampling as precise math. You know, we're able to check, is that line above or below that dot? And the dot's right in the center of the grid. So that's how we make this easy decision, right? You can kind of say, all right, this dot is below, this dot's above, so that ought to be white and this ought to be black. So let's go ahead and play it. Okay, come back here and play. Yes, we're playing. Okay, now we're coloring it in. Okay, so what it said is if you look at these two dots, right, this one's going to be black and this one's going to be white. That's why we've got this funky stair step. That's what aliasing is. It's taking this continuous line and converting it to the grid, which are the pixels on your screen. Okay? Now, anti-aliasing tries to improve this. And the way it improves it, are we playing? I think we are playing. Yeah. The way we improve it is we take more than one sample per pixel. So now in this case, we're going to use 2 samples, and it's actually not that hard of a concept. Let's put the line back on there. Okay, now the line comes through. So now, since this is a continuous function, and the samples are in a continuous space, it's just the edge of a triangle. And so when we do these comparisons, we can check, hey, how about this part of the pixel versus this part of the pixel? We can do two checks. And in this case, one's going to say above, and one's going to say below. In this case, they're both below. In this case, they're both above. So now you can see, if you think about what that means, we can calculate a 50% black and a 50% white. Like this grid, as an example, let's go ahead and play it, ought to be gray. Right, so let's just think about this one. We took 2 samples. One of them's above the line, another one's below the line, and that means effectively we can shade gray. Pretty straightforward, right? That's how multi-sampling works. That's MSAA 2x, 4x, 8x, whatever. So as we go forward, let's think about what's different with MFAA. Okay, I'm going to clear this. So we're playing forward a little bit.
I just want you to know that I held back as much as I could to not make a 50 Shades of Grey joke. The whole time he was explaining that, I was holding back, folks. I just want to let you know that.
Okay, now this is thinking about it differently. Thank you for holding back. So we've got these multiple points, but it's very expensive. Now what multi-frame sample aliasing says, why don't we do this over time? Instead of doing multiple points at the same frame at the same time, I'll take the left frame, the left data point at one frame, and the right data point at the next frame. And then we'll combine those two together to get the same result over time. Okay, so we're coming forward now. See it kind of ticking back and forth, so the line comes in. So in the first instance of MFA, the dot is going to be to the left. Okay, so the dot being to the left means that in this case it's going to be white, this is going to be white, this is going to be black, that's going to be white. And it's all because how does the line intersect the dots, right? Those dots are called coverage samples. That's why they call it multi-sampling. Okay, so now as we keep going forward, in the next frame, hopefully we're going to show it. Yeah, I think we are. The dots changed, right? So instead of being here, the dots are now, the dots are now on the other side. So some of these pixels change colors. And we didn't actually, change the geometry or change the grid. We changed the sample position. That's a feature of Maxwell. It allows us to change the sample locations every other frame effectively, and even change the positions within a frame. All right, so are you with me so far on where samples are? Any questions? How do you feel?
I probably couldn't give this presentation myself.
But you're getting it, right?
But I'm totally getting it.
Okay, any Skype questions so far? You guys
dot
good?
Dot below white, dot above black.
Bingo.
Boom.
And you know why?
Easy.
I just brought it all in.
There's a triangle up here, right? And what you're trying to do is represent this black triangle on the pixels that are your screen. And the way we're figuring that out is we're taking 2 tests of that line versus the pixel grid.
So the more sampling you're able to do, the less aliasing you're going to experience.
And the reason is because you're going to have a better average. If you take 7 samples or 8 samples, then you might find 1s above and 7 are below, so that would be a 1/8 color.
Right.
And conversely, you could have 5 and 3 and get a 5/3 color.
You're increasing the aggregate.
We are. So let's think about multi-frame aliasing. Now in frame 2, we got a different color. Remember frame 1, frame 1, frame 2, you can now see it changing. It's this pixel that's different. So what we do with MFAA is now we combine the value of those two pixels over time and take an average. It's effectively mathematically equal to multi-sample AA. It's just that we're doing the sampling over time instead of at the same frame. The reason that's good is because we can get the experience or get the grid look of multi-sampling AA, MSAA, but we can get the performance of MFAA, which is around 30% faster because we're only doing 1 sample point at a time.
So how this translates to playing games is that your graphics are just going to look dope.
Exactly.
Right?
It's going to look exactly like
the
this.
The more FAA, the better the stuff gets, the better our graphics are going to be.
Bingo.
Okay.
Yeah, so the better your AA is, the more realistic your games look, and the more immersive they become.
Sure.
And what we're doing is just improving the way aliasing or anti-aliasing is done from generation to generation. We're like little gnomes, and we sit in our little gnome world, and we just sort of beaver away, making graphics better and better. And so we got here.
And now you're out
MFAA.
studio with lights, and you're like,
wow,
ooh.
people, shiny objects. Yeah.
People virtually, actually. Yeah.
Exactly. So
do we want to take any? Do we have time for a Skype question?
Let's do it.
Hey, Skype.
Hey, Skype world, what do you got? Bring it.
Yeah, I got a question.
Bring it.
I want to know, is it easier because from your point of view, whoa.
Who that? Oh.
It's easier from a point of view from you guys to, oh, sorry, I messed up. Is it easier for a developer to do a game on a new graphic card, or is it going to be harder?
Oh, interesting. So that's a slightly different topic, but I want to go for it. Great question, by the way, and thank you. It's probably about the same because most game developers are targeting, APIs that are pretty open and pretty standard. So that's one of the benefits of PCs is that when you do DirectX, as an example, that works on all of our graphics cards. Now, if you're going to be pushing the boundary and adopting new features in GameWorks, then some of the times that's going to be targeted with specific graphics cards. So game developers sort of migrate over time to new features, and it's really not so much driven by the GPU selection. It's driven by what APIs do they want to support, what effects do they want. Do you want flames? Do you want 3D beautiful sparkles? Do you want to have physics? That's what the decisions are that make games easier or harder. Does that make sense?
Great question, though.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm sorry, say it one more time. So the feature MFAA or the GPU 980? So MFAA is going to work only with Maxwell, and the reason is that we're taking advantage of a feature of Maxwell that allows us to change the sample position in the same frame. So we're actually changing samples in the same frame, and then we're changing sample locations from frame to frame, and the new 980 and 970 have the hardware capability to do that, so that's where that one's limited. But of course, we've launched other features with Maxwell, like DSR, which is going to be available across multiple generations of cards. Good question.
I would like to say, go ahead. Well, if not, I would like to say I love your field of work. I love what nVidia does. But my
okay, stop right there. That was great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next question. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Now, do you think there will come a time when between the games and the graphics performance that we will be bottlenecked between what the game developers can be pushed out and not utilize the complete graphics card?
That is an excellent question, and it kind of goes to the heart of both the opportunity in PCs and the challenge, right? Because the degree to which we're able to make GPUs better and more exciting is only useful if graphics game companies, if game developers can deliver them to customers.
Sure.
So we have a huge effort trying to make it easy for game developers to use our stuff. That's what GameWorks is really all about. But at the end of the day, if we're not successful helping game developers use our technology, then our company is going to be toast.
Right.
Because if we just do great stuff and it never makes it into the game, who cares? So trust me, that is the essence of our challenge every day, and we are laser focused on it.
Is to keep up and co-labor with each other to get consumers what they want.
Exactly.
It's not like, hey, we're the developers and we're trying to outrun or come up with these ideas that the technology can't support, and vice versa. It's like, hey, where are we going? What does the gaming community want? What's the future of what we're seeing? And let's work together to make some stuff happen for these people.
I totally agree. I totally
What
agree.
about 4K and 8K? How does that?
They're great. You know, what's interesting about 4K is that if you think about how long we've been at 19 by 10, you know, 19 by 10 has been the resolution for like 10 years, and it really, we had 25 by 16, which Dell did a great monitor, Apple did a great monitor, and then it basically went nowhere for almost a decade. And then 25 by 14 came out, and now 4K is coming out. The most exciting thing about this, though, is the monitor prices are crashing. You know, you can get a good 4K monitor for like $700, $600 now, and that means that that transition is starting to accelerate and starting to happen. And of course, we love that because it's like HD gaming. You know, you can look at the game now and you can really say, that is freaking awesome. And fortunately for us, it needs really beefy GPUs, right?
Yeah.
So I love 4K, and it really does make the gaming experience better. But the truth is, right now, 95% of gamers have 19 by 10. So what can we do to help the 19 by 10 guys experience 4K gaming? And that's what DSR is all about.
I'm curious. I'm sure
do you
this
mean
is on
16 by
Wikipedia,
10?
but just a quick question. At what resolution do human eyes see things?
That is an excellent question. And
I'm just wondering if we're all in the Matrix.
Yes. So your human eye, believe it or not, is not sensitive to the number of pixels you see. It's actually sensitive to something called pixels per degree of vision. And if you think about it, if you're looking out a certain distance, you need to have a certain number of pixels there to cover that so that your eye believes it.
It's called PPDV.
Thank you. Yeah, and as you pull it
I
closer,
just put it together right now.
as you pull it closer, you need the same number of pixels, but now it's on a smaller distance. So it's really not 19 by 10 or 25 by 14 or 4K. And by the way, right now on a desktop monitor, you need more than 4K at a typical distance to hit your retinal limit. So I think I calculated it's like 50 pixels per degree of vision that you need to cover to have a sort of a near retinal experience.
I'm just curious if our brains use anti-aliasing also.
Your brain does filtering. So
Right.
your optical system is a filter, and as you move your head around, you blur, and that blurring is kind of built into our pattern recognition in our brain.
Well, the cameras, like when you look at the cameras that capture film these days, they almost capture it too well. Or they actually need to add degradation and blur to make it look like a real experience.
Yeah, yeah, it's very true.
Yeah.
I want to come back to the Skype question,
Sure.
which
Yeah,
was, who had the question on 19 by 10? It was like, isn't it?
Oh, I mentioned, isn't it 16 by 10? But I'm guessing that 19 by 10 is just even wider than 16 by 10.
Oh yeah,
Because TVs are still on 16 by 9, and I'm running a 16 by 10 myself.
You are running 16 by 10?
I'm running a 1920 by 1200 with my secondary monitor being a 1920 by 1080.
Oh, okay, great. Well, that's exciting. How do you like it?
Well, I like my two monitors. I kind of want to get the Asus, that Republic of Gamers, the Swift, with nVidia G-Sync.
Yeah, I'm very excited about G-Sync. Yeah, don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Whoa, you made the East Coast come out.
Yes.
That's how excited he is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is actually pretty exciting. That monitor, by the way, has a tiny little bezel, so you can actually put 2 or 3 of them together, and it's just an amazing experience. And we did a whole new way of configuring multiple monitors to make it super easy to set all these things up. So it is a great design. I'm looking forward to seeing all those. Oh my God!
It's playing racing games at 144 hertz. 3 of those displays next to each other. Just
it gets you a little.
It felt like driving a car.
Did you feel a little tingly?
Yes.
Let me asking a question kind of off topic about your education and what you took, because it is a field that interests me and it's something I want to go into.
So I'm a mutant. So I would not recommend being mutant, but I have a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering, and I have a master's degree in computer engineering, and I also have an MBA. So it's a little bit of like a talking mutant ninja turtle kind of guy.
Do you read math books for fun?
I actually do not read math books for fun. Right now I read two things primarily. One is I read the user interface for Anno 2040. I'm addicted to that game. I need to get off it. So those of you out in the land, if you have not tried that game, it's kind of a European game. Those guys love it in Germany, but it's a sort of like a sim city builder thing, and it's got a tiny little bit of warfare, and it's a great fun game. So I do that, and then on the other side of my brain, I read The Economist, which is sort of like a business journal. So that's pretty much it.
But combining the business with it is always a good thing to do.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're going to go to school, I would say, you know, obviously for nVidia, we're looking for computer science guys, we're looking for artists, we're looking for engineers, and it's that. What's exciting about nVidia is it's kind of this combination of engineering talent and just raw, you know, graphics geniuses coupled with artists. And if you ever kind of like crush those two types of brains together, just amazing things happen. So it's really cool.
Healthy dose of left and
absolutely,
and right
absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Very cool. Well, thank you. Those were great questions, Skypers.
Good job.
Thank you for bringing it.
Any last question?
I have one more question, real quick, if that's okay.
No, no. Yes.
Go for
yes.
it.
So.
I'm sorry, you said that you have a 780 and it doesn't support a new technology?
It's not supporting MFAA.
Yeah. So you have a 780 and you want to know of the technologies that I've showed, which does it support? So first of all, it today is not going to support MFAA, and that's prime have the ability to change the sample locations for coverage samples in the same frame. So we may be able to look at that to see what can be done, but that's probably not on the cards for, it's definitely not on the cards for right now. Maybe something we can look at in the future. DSR is a little different, where DSR is using a larger frame buffer and then scaling that down. I talked about that, actually I don't know if I talked about that yet. I'll talk about that later today. And on that one, yeah, that eventually will be on the 700 series, and it's pretty darn cool. So you will get that benefit. And lastly, I did show global illumination last night, and while that technology will not be as fast on your cards based on that stuff will run. So it's like all of the new stuff, much of that as we can across our entire product line.
I'm curious, Tom, like
where can you download the what demo?
Anderson.
Yeah, that's a great demo. I do not know if that is a publicly available download. Maybe somebody on our chat can figure that out and see if they can point something. Unfortunately, I just don't know the answer. But it is a really cool demo. If you haven't seen it, it's the guy's about to die and then they cut it. So it's a totally fun demo. Right?
Not to rush you, but the Twitch chat wants to know if you guys will be coming out with a 908020 or Ti.
Are we going to be coming out with a 980 Ti? Is that the question?
I think that's what I
heard. Oh my God, I want to make an announcement that I do not want to get fired today. So since I do not want to get fired today, I have no comment.
Will we
That's
be
a yes,
seeing an
guys.
improvement
That's a
within
yes.
the same series?
They're like, ooh, we have Tom, inside NVIDIA information.
Yeah.
we were talking earlier about the history of games. And what's really interesting is when you see a game through its evolution, you see, for example, Wolfenstein. I've heard it both ways.
Yeah, Wolfenstein.
But like when you see a game like that, and then you see like modern incarnations of those games, and that's when you really notice the evolution. That's when you see the leaps actually forward. It's not just a little bit, it's leaps.
Yeah.
What was one of the first games that you played?
one of the very first
Very
games I
first
played.
PC game.
So I
Like,
think.
what's the game that got you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, I'm in.
Where did you
alright.
fall in love with games?
I can tell you that I started playing the original StarCraft. I don't even know when that was, the original StarCraft, but that was great. Then way back in, I'm thinking it's like, I'm going to go with 1996 or so. Descent came out. Do you remember Descent? It was a sick game, and if you haven't seen it, go look at it. You're in a spaceship and you're flying through this 3D world, and it's really simple polygons, but it was the first game I played that was super intensely rendered on PC, and it was actually really, really interesting. I liked it a lot. But before that, I got hooked on, you know, all the arcade games, because I grew up in the arcade era. Yeah. I used to work, I was you know, I'm a trained chef. I don't know if I told you that.
Are you?
Yes, I am.
What's for dinner tonight,
Well, I worked
Tom?
at a very exclusive, I grew up in New Jersey, and I worked at a very exclusive restaurant, and I learned everything. I started off with the proteins, and then to actually putting the burger in the bun. So, so I was working at Burger King during the summer, and then right across the street was an arcade. And I realized that I earned this much money during the day, and I would blow it at the arcade before I went home. So it was a break-even kind of summer day. But that's, you know, I used to play everything. I liked Asteroids, and there's a game called Robotron that I dumped thousands of dollars into. It's just crazy stuff.
What's interesting, I wonder why no one has done this. Internet, perhaps you can help. You remember the old text-based games?
Oh, yeah.
Way back when.
Yeah.
Why has no one used modern technology to make a text-based game?
That is an excellent
Where
question.
the text looks like giant, but you could have the same text-based gameplay, but use modern technology, use anti-aliasing, have the words flash at you like the beginning of the original Superman, the movie.
Yeah, so you mean a
Something
literal text
insane.
game.
Literally a text-based game, but using modern graphics.
That could be cool.
It is. I think it would. I think we could get a Kickstarter going on that.
Maybe. You know
Think
what?
about that. I don't know what
apologize for
Skype
getting
thinks of
the
this idea.
980
It might be
Ti
one of the
started.
dumbest ideas in the history of ideas.
He's all about
But a
brainstorming.
text-based
He's got some good ones.
Work it, baby. Work
What do
it.
you guys think? And
Well, first
feel
I'd like
free to
to
say you're an
apologize for getting
idiot
the
all at
980
one
Ti
time.
rumor started.
What?
I apologize for getting the 980 Ti rumor started. That's gonna happen.
Start a rumor that text-based games are now coming out in 3D for the Oculus Rift.
Oh, wow. You know one game I want to see?
3D text-based?
Huh?
3D on text-based games on Oculus Rift? That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
3D text-based
One vote.
games
One
on
vote.
the Oculus
You
Rift.
can go left or right. There's a door to your right.
When can we expect games with graphics like
So many choices.
Yeah. No, a game I really want to see, a genre I want to see reopened, and I think there's going to be some arguable people that say it's already out here, but I want to see Myst, which was, it was almost like an art piece because the graphics were so great, and it was all about story and all about art, and the actual mechanics of the gameplay were sort of second order, and it was a puzzle discovery game. I would really like to see that kind of, you know, gentle music, and maybe it's because I'm getting a little bit more distinguished these days, but gentle music, and you're looking at beautiful scenery, and then you can like walk up a hill and there's a little, you know, that's what I would love to see.
Well, you know that hardly anything blows up in Myst. I just want to remind you.
I think actually nothing blows up.
Nothing blows up.
Yeah.
But no,
These
I
people
remember
like
how-
destruction, as we've already learned.
Right. But I played Myst early on. It was one of those like early CD-ROM games.
Yes.
Remember CD-ROM?
Oh, yes.
Right? And I mean, it looked beautiful, but to apply like today's technology to a game like that was more about problem solving, puzzle solving, maybe with some things blowing up.
Yeah, it could be fun, right?
Would be incredible.
Yeah.
The design of that game was just spectacular.
Yeah. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, go look it up. It's ancient history. You kind of like dig through the archives and you'll find the game Myst.
Great. Tom, what final thoughts can you leave with our audience?
I want to tell everybody that I personally am very excited about Maxwell. Right, we just launched it yesterday. I read the reviews last night, and they are unanimous. You know, 980 is incredible. 970, 329, unbelievable. I mean, that is like a crushing. Honestly, I don't know what happens to the industry because we've just established this amazing dollar ratio that's never been seen before. So Maxwell is going to be just crazy great for gamers, and I'm really excited to see what happens.
Well, thank you so much, Tom. I wish you're like the best professor ever.
Oh, come on.
Awesome. Like, I retained information.
You see,
and
you know about
everything.
multi-sampling?
I feel like I could kind of give a short.
You sure could draw some lines and some dots, right?
I'm going to do some YouTube videos for
There
you.
you
Don't
go.
you worry about
Thank
it.
you.
I got it for you.
Can I ask
All right,
a
so do you
last
know what
question?
we're throwing to right now?
We're throwing to a pre-record
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we are.
You know what's exciting is that it's going to surprise us what it is.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I got so involved in this, like I forgot what we were doing next.
You blanked.
Yeah, we get.
Yeah.
So, and just before we throw to this, thank you guys for watching Game24. We have.
And for great questions on Skype, thank you guys.
You guys rock.
Thank you.
Those were seriously dope questions, and I just remembered what it is. It's Cliffy B.
Cliffy B.
Cliffy B.
All right.
Check him out.
Cliffy B.
What's up, guys? I'm Cliff Blazinski, CEO of Boss Key Productions. We have our lovely new sign in our great space here in historic downtown Raleigh. Let's look around, show you some stuff. Some more of the original old school signage right here. I guess obviously the justice of the peace here, so people, I guess, came here to get their marriage completely done and set. We're not allowed to touch that as per the terms of our lease. Here at Boss Key, you have nothing but the most high-tech experience here with production. You look at our high-tech, futuristic whiteboard. This is like some next-level Windows, Excel, organization type stuff. That's how we roll here. This is where I sit all day, and hopefully I don't wind up with a blood clot in my legs. Share the office with Arjan here and Chris. You know, being a CEO at a company, people say, oh, you want your own office? It's like, no, I get lonely. I need interaction. That's why I come to work every day, to talk about the game, to talk about games we played, talk about Game of Thrones, all that stuff. It's all about that interaction. So Boss Key is a studio that we founded actually this summer. We're being published and funded by Nexon, which is a huge Korean video game company. And our philosophies are basically stay small and nimble, so that in the first year we can essentially get a first version of our game out for the community, which is codenamed Project Blue Streak, and build the company while we build the community, while we build the game, all at the same time, and be as transparent as possible about the development of this PC game. PC gaming was really the start of my career. I made a lot of my games in my old IBM 386 SX back in the Wii early 90s, eventually transitioning and making Jazz Jackrabbit with Arjan Brisset, who's now the COO here at Boss Key.
The first game I ever made, right, with Cliff, my new partner in Boss Key, right, is Jazz Jackrabbit. And, you know, it basically got started in that time where we had King's Quest with these 4 ugly colors. And, you know, suddenly I figured out how to use 256 color.
If you look at what's happening in the PC space right now, you can take a game like Skyrim that's a couple years old that looked great on consoles, and you get that grass mod for the PC and all the other mods that the users are putting out, and you can really see where the future's going. Graphics are not everything. Gameplay absolutely trumps that. But once you've seen how good things look, it's hard to get plugged back into the matrix.
When nVidia got into the PC market, right, they really enabled PCs to be pure gaming machines, right? They brought solutions into play that you can put in the PC and turn it from this office dumb machine into an ultimate gaming rig by putting this hardware card into your machine and suddenly, you know, making it available to do awesome games. What a new launch of hardware like Maxwell enables people to do is to really upgrade capabilities of our PC, of like 50% higher performance in your games, which is awesome, right? It's something that you can only do on PCs, not on consoles. That's what's really interesting about these kind of new launches, especially one as fundamental as Maxwell, where it's a really big leap. Right? It's a really progressive, you know, or a huge step for gaming.
When you chase the proverbial graphics dragon, you wind up in this kind of diminishing returns where you're going for photorealism. Now's the time to stylize. Now's the time to play with the look and feel of the game. You know, let's play with something that may be slightly a little bit cartoony, maybe exaggerated proportions, to kind of have good art direction and define what the game is. So it looks fantastic at that high-end experience, but we're not trying to ape real life. Thanks, NVIDIA. So I've been working with NVIDIA ever since the days of Unreal Tournament back in the day when it was the way it's meant to be played, and I think NVIDIA is doing a pretty bang-up job of making PC to continue to be a global phenomenon. So congratulations on the Maxwell launch. Hope you enjoyed the tour. I'll see you guys online.
Can I keep going? Hey, now can you guys hear me? All right, this is exciting. We're back in the Game24 studio, live with the man, the myth, the legend, Cliffy B.
Cliffy B.
Hey, can you hear me, guys?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
He says he can hear us, but we can't hear him. Is there a way we can keep talking,
I mean,
Cliffy?
I can start doing sign language.
Oh, it's up.
It's up.
It's up.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
My monitor's up, Cliffy, and we're just seeing if
We're
there's
having a
anything
sound
internally we can do to get you pumped in here in the studio. You look great, though, by the way, buddy. Yeah, hey!
Nice headset. That's
Just
awesome.
start, yeah. Like your headset, like the
Thanks.
haircut.
Good to see you guys.
So hold on, we're still seeing if we can pump you in here. Yeah, that was a great segment and update though on what's going on with Boss Key. Can't wait to talk to you about it. Blah 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 blah. We could play charades. We could do that. Do you want to? Go ahead. You start.
Hey, everyone on Skype.
First
can
word.
You hear Cliffy?
It sounds like he's running. He's cha-chaing.
Can you
Skype
guys hear him?
can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
Dog. All right. Our Skypers can hear you, Cliffy, but we can't hear you. So, can you say one more thing? Say something.
Hey, Skypers, can you hear me?
Yeah!
We have you. We have you too.
Sorry.
I think I can hear myself now. No, wait, that's good. I don't hear myself anymore outside of my earphones. We're good. Can you hear me now?
Okay, good. We can hear you. Cliffy, this is Kristen and Kristen Adams and Chris Gore. Super excited to talk to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks for being
I
on.
thought we were
So,
gonna have to lay for him.
it's the Brett Favre of the gaming industry. You go into retirement.
To focus on sometimes how the gaming community can focus and be negative on certain things, but I just realized this is in my blood. I missed getting build notes and seeing new things that the programmers did. I missed coming into work and geeking out about things that people worked on and writing up a description of an environment or a weapon and seeing it show up in my inbox. And I realized, you can only just, sit at the pool with a beer and a Kindle for so long. It just gets old, honestly. And we're up to 17 people now. And we're interviewing a lot of folks from a variety of different studios. Seems like one a week. And, bringing a lot of talented people that hopefully aren't assholes, because I have no asshole rule here. We want to really keep it with that kind of family of developers where we're medium to small sized. I've always said there's a lot of bits that would just love to come to a place that just feels cozy, where everyone gets along. We go to lunch together. We know what's going on in the industry. We play games together, and just generally do this for the right reason, which is to make the best game. And hopefully, if you do that, the money will follow.
Well, speaking of the game, can you give us a glimpse into what you're working on?
I can give you a little bit of it. What are folks from Nexon, who's funding the studio, and they're acting as our publisher. And we want to be incredibly transparent, but you can't just throw things out there on a live stream and get the maximum impact. So
Hey,
we're
Cliffy
trying
B,
to find.
Tom from nVidia is taking selfies in here. He doesn't realize
Yeah.
that we're talking live. We're live. He just came in and he's taking selfies. It was hilarious. We're like, we're live. We're live with Cliffy B. Get out of here, Tom. You had your 30 minutes.
Okay, let me get my own right now. Hang on.
Yeah, everybody selfie time.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about.
Blue Streak, keep going with where you are with Blue Streak and just what's going on at Bosky.
Well, so I look at the current state of first-person shooters. Nice selfie, top left guy. Everyone's Call of Duty Call. Call of Duty, and anytime anybody at the studio mentions League of Legends or Call of Duty, I want to smack games that are incredibly deep, that sometimes take months to solve what's the most overpowered or underpowered thing. And honestly, by the time people get around to figuring out what it is, new content is often introduced so the puzzle can get crowded.
That was
so
intense.
What you're saying is you don't have a release date. You're going to release the game when you feel it's done.
Well, I think when you say the game comes out when it's done, means you have no. Once we have a solid idea of what we do, we're going to set a date and try and work back from that. But I got to tell you, what we want to release is something that's just a,
it won't be, final quality. And, we want to, hey, we have kind of the current state of game development as opposed to the walled garden that a lot of people are doing.
So we're here obviously celebrating PC gaming.
It's impossible to talk about PC gaming without mentioning. Out of 10, when a game comes out, if there's a PC version, I play it on my high-end rig. And, the keyboard and the mouse are still one of the best ways to absolutely play a game. When I look at the comparisons of console versions of a game versus a high-end PC game, the PC ones are just one is. But lately, it feels like for me, I'm playing most of my games on the PC.
Do you think it's because, that's really what it's taking to support...
Hashtag PC Master Race.
Yes. I think everyone was thinking it.
Well, it's funny, guys, because, when we saw the shift more towards consoles with the Xbox 360, we're like, look, this is where we want to go to. The PC gaming, I was famous for saying at that point, was in a state of disarray, and it was back then. I got a lot of shit for that. But you've seen Steam get incredible. You've seen broadband penetration increase. You've seen the PC shit, it actually works now.
Yeah.
And nVidia's marching along, everybody's marching along. And
you mentioned getting a lot of shit for some of your comments, and I've always learned or whatnot. You're always very outspoken, so I appreciate
me
that.
Never. I'm gonna start nibbling on some lunch with my Chick-fil-A here. So.
Ooh, are you getting paid for that, Cliffy? Did you get paid to lift that bag up?
But you've always been very outspoken and opinionated, and I'm just curious how you allow or not allow the noise of the internet, people that post on message boards, people that talk at you on Twitter and whatnot. Like, how do you filter that to because sometimes there's useful lessons to be learned.
There's a lot going on the internet right now. Hang on.
If you're gonna have that, I'm gonna have one of my dark chocolate covered espresso beans.
Okay.
Go for it. I'd rather have people say something than not. It's the indifference that you have to worry about. It's being polarizing. It's having an opinion about something. And in a downward cycle, and people start issuing death threats over things. It's like, guys, come on! When the FBI is getting involved, it's not exactly a healthy thing.
Right.
So there are ways to express your concerns about things on the internet, and I always like to use makes a joke about it or outwits them, and then you gain more fans and people respect you for that. But I've been dealing with this stuff on the internet since I was 15 years old, and we were dialing into BBSs, and it's the nature of the beast. There's some beautiful moments where people will rally behind a cause of, say, a wounded vet. Or there's other times where people will attack, people for a reason. How to fix that? I don't know. Honestly, I don't have a solution. If I had that solution, I could retire again.
That's a puzzle to solve for sure.
One of the things we've been asking the guests that we've had on today is, what was the game that you first fell in love with? What's the game that just got you?
It was Space Invaders that first kind of got me into gaming, as far as just seeing it on a top, because that just, hitting your head and hitting a block and not realizing that they wanted you to stumble across that, as opposed to, having a tooltip that tells you to look out for that shit.
Right.
As well as Zelda, the original Zelda. And then, after that, my wife gives me crap because sometimes I don't play as many games as I used to, but it's like, when I play a game for 15, 20 minutes, I'm like, okay, I get the idea. I know what they're going for. It's not for me. But then something will just grab me and I'll just, play it for days on end. And it's one of those things that, innovation is hard. And, I'd like to have a good balance in my life, not just playing games, but doing other stuff.
So it sounds like, though, Destiny got you.
Destiny, I did not like it first.
Oh, really?
No, I didn't. And there's, I think Destiny is having the troubled experience of introducing a lot of MMO elements to a very impatient shooter crowd. And I absolutely get and respect what they're going for. After playing it the second day for a good 4 to 5 plus more hours after the first, 3 or 4, I was like, okay, I get this, and I'm going to go back to it and keep playing it. Bungie's in it for the long haul. Activision's in it for the long haul. And in spite of, the biggest weakness I see in the game with the bullet sponges and the bosses. I think there's enough mystery in there.
I don't know the answer to this. Can we hear our Skypers and can you guys can we guys have some questions ready?
The Russian guy's trying to say something.
Here we go.
Can you hear them, Cliffy?
I can't hear them.
Okay, I can't hear them either.
Okay.
Is it,
I'm curious, but what non-first-person shooter game would you recommend in terms of something that you play? Peggle 2?
Jeez. No, I mean, I'm a sucker for like really good like side-scrolling type platform games. The Strider game that came out recently on downloadable was fantastic. Counter Spy is a pretty cool kind of with candy swipe type stuff. But honestly, those are more distractions.
California, so that's why.
Well, you're not allowed to have brick in California because if there's an earthquake, you all gonna die.
That's exactly right. Yes.
My heart's already broken about the wineries that got messed up and all the reserves that were shown smashed on Twitter. It just broke my heart.
I know it is. Okay, so can we hear Skype yet? Can we hear you guys?
Hello. I can hear somebody typing.
I do. I definitely hear the dude typing. We hear you loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, he's the dick with the giant keyboard that's like clack 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 clack.
No, it might have been my Cherry MX keyboard because my Audio Technica could probably pick that up. Whatever.
Is that green screen guy?
Yep.
Yep.
Right here.
Okay, so what's the question for Cliffy?
I would just like to say that your work in the past and still now is
I've had a few misfires here and there with opinions, but we all have our good days and our bad.
Did you play Dishonored from Arcane Studios? And did you like it?
Yeah, Dishonored for me had a little bit. I think the art director was the guy who did Half-Life 2, and so he has this kind of almost Eastern European. Cold War vibe to a lot of his look, and he's utterly fantastic. And Harvey Smith worked on that. He worked on the Thief franchise, and he also came up with Warren Spector during the Deus Ex era. And Dishonored for me, we had this conversation on Twitter with somebody recently where I was talking about gameplay being emergent and not scripted, and somebody pointed out that Dishonored was perfect balance of scripted storytelling as well as emergent gameplay, where you stealth, use the blink, but when the shit hit the fan, you could completely kick ass. And there's a sequel, actually.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Here's to hoping.
I have a question, but it's not very close to actually DOS programmation. We have a lot of people that come talking to us. We have he used to own Nest, you know, he sell it for $3 billion. We have that kind of people, but we don't have people that make
enough. Probably not, but we'll, maybe a couple of years we can have games that try and catch up to that.
Cliffy, what's been the most challenging part about running your own studio? I mean, you're starting this from the ground up, and I know this is new for you. You've been in the game a long time, but this is a new venture. So what's been the most challenging part?
I think the most challenging thing for me is finding the time to maintain creative kind of ownership over the game we're building, while also maintaining a company and just doing my part to run the company as the CEO and founder. Finding time to interview people, call them and give them the pitch for the studio and the darn game, and keeping it fresh. Occasionally popping out for an interview, but also firing up the build and giving notes on weapon or character movement and things like that. It's certainly a challenge, and it's one of those things that this is very much a marathon, not a sprint, and we're pacing ourselves, building slowly and steadily.
What?
Sorry.
I'm team Austin.
Haters gonna hate. Jeez.
That's cool. Do you play Madden then at all?
No, I haven't touched Madden since like years ago. I get it.
Wow, I applaud you for that. What advice would you give to, I mean, earlier we were, in our Skype conversation, a lot of the people were asking for advice. What advice would you give?
Like what's the best restaurant or
No,
like,
no,
how
no.
do you find a good
Advice
mechanic?
in terms of the industry, getting into the industry.
Well, I mean, less time calling people names on Twitter and more time making stuff would be a good start.
Amen.
That's good.
It's one of those things that, if I tell people, they're like, how do I get into gaming? It's like, okay, if you wanted to be a chef, what would you do? You'd start cooking some fucking food, and you'd burn a lot of food, and it would suck before you get good. You might kill a few people along the way with food poisoning, but, eventually you might wind up becoming, Gordon Ramsay. And it's not easy, just because you like playing games doesn't mean you'll be good at making them. Just because you like eating food doesn't necessarily mean you'll be a good chef. But more than ever, there are more venues between Unreal Engine being cheaper, Unity, all of that, to crack it open. And if you're being fleeced, for a college education, you may or may not necessarily need, spend your nights building your own project at home, so that you're getting that kind of the double edge of experience. So that when the time comes and you send your resume and you not only have maybe whatever degree from whatever university, but hey, here's a shooter mod that we made for Half-Life 2 or Team Fortress that kind of replaces all the guns with ducks, and we thought it was cool. We're like, holy shit, this guy's great. I mean, I just hired a level designer who was out of school, and made a bunch of great Team Fortress 2 maps. And then he sent in his resume, and then it turns out that Valve bought a couple of them. And now he's sitting, 15 feet away from me building levels. And that's honestly sometimes that simple as far as how it works.
So do you recommend, in some way, a path of self-education? Because there are people who are...
There are good schools out there, and there are schools that are just there to get. It's not one that can be forgiven. And a lot of kids go to school because they think they have to. As far as college, and the next thing they know, they're out of school and they have a house, a mortgage, essentially they have to pay back over the next 30 years. And a lot of the stuff I can't hardly recommend the path that I took, which was stay up all night making my own video games until I could actually drop out of college because I was making enough money, because there's some merit to be had for higher education. But I think, there's more instances than not of people graduating with skills that they can't apply in the workforce. And kids graduating with archaeology degrees and all this. And you're like, dude, what are you going to do with that? We be fucking Indiana Jones? Like, come on, make something.
Wow. Well, first of all, Cliffy, want to thank you for taking the time to talk to us here in the Game24 studios.
I wish you were a little bit more outspoken, and I wish you spoke your mind more. Can you please work on that while you're in North Carolina?
That's what I love about, that's what I've always loved about you, is you speak your mind. Please continue to do it. I'll follow everything you do. Thank you.
And next
thanks.
time,
And just remember, on Twitter, you have a 2-drink limit. Any more than that, you're not allowed to tweet.
That's great advice.
And next time, will you please ship some waffle fries my way? If I didn't know it was gonna be like this during our interview. I would have come prepared.
Smell it.
Get out of here.
You're torturing us.
I'm hungry.
Great.
All right. It's good seeing you guys.
Thanks.
Great.
Yes, that was awesome.
Now though,
love him.
We're going to see how our Mod24
Is it time to check in with Mod24?
It's time to check in with Mod24. They've worked through the night. It's down to just, I don't know, how many hours left? What, 6-8 hours?
I have no idea. I don't keep track anymore. It's
about
do
8
what
hours
they tell
left.
me to do here. I'm loopy already. Ready?
8 hours left for these builds.
8 hours left for these builds. We've got 3 teams. It's going incredible. They're going to be judged on a lot of different things. We're going to learn more about that. But yeah, it's getting down to the wire, so they can't make any.
So far, we're getting dry times of close to 30 minutes, so we're pretty happy.
Now it's getting quite a bit hotter here in the courtyard with every passing moment. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage for you guys?
Right now, it's an advantage. So it'll speed up our paint process just a little bit. So hopefully it doesn't cause any problems.
Now tell me something. Are you guys a little bit more than you could chew?
Yeah, definitely. I think the humidity last night screwing up our body work put us behind pretty hard. I mean, even once we figured out it was the humidity, I mean, it still took a long time accomplished.
Tell me something. I mean, you never know going into something like a live competition. What variables are gonna play a factor? Do you think if the competition had been 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. instead of 6 p.m. to 6 p.m., you guys wouldn't have had the same difficulty?
Yeah, if we would have done body work during the day, that would have helped a lot. Paint might have been a little harder than at night. So either way, that would have been ideal. But at night was a little tough. We looked at the temp flow at night.
Right, because we're right here in the middle of a courtyard.
There's a little bit now. I mean, this is great. Last night, there was zero.
Through some of this stuff. What is this?
So this is the front door that goes on the front of the front plastics to the chassis.
Well, we're asking them to visualize a lot. We happen to have the front chassis. Do we want to show them how it goes on? Let's show them how it goes on. All right, let's do this. Camera's going to follow us over here. Oh, hey, we got another big piece there. Look at that. All right, so we'll go and visit that one.
Front chassis. I don't want to put these in because we still have, kind of those over the dry bay covers and where our power button or key switch is going to go. And then the 4 dots in the front of the door are where our lovely IBM logo will be going back to.
All right, so
still works just fine. It locks the chassis plastics onto the chassis.
Very nice. All right, about Bob's work here. You wanna throw a critical eye at it?
It's it's not bad with the conditions. It's pretty good. I don't think it'll affect the overall job that we get done.
All right. Well, you know what? I don't want to put any more pressure on you guys. I know. Actually, when I came out here, you didn't really seem to be doing that much. No offense. Can you do anything while you wait for paint to be applied to the materials?
Not much. These ones are getting close where I can start prepping them for the base coat. And then as soon as we get some stuff base coated, then we'll be moving on to doing graphics and trying to, as soon as the graphics are done, then we'll start putting parts in while graphics are being done on.
Freehanding anything, or are you going stencils, or have you adjusted the plan since we started?
We still kind of have the original plan. We might have to scale it back just a little bit, not as many graphics, but we're doing 2-tone with stencils.
Okay. All right, so that was your large format printer out there then?
Yeah, that's a vinyl plotter, so we were able to cut up to a 31-inch stencil.
Very nice. All right.
Yeah, that's a U.S. cutter, laser point too. It's really awesome.
Thank you for the paint fume fueled. All right, so we are gonna run over to Ron. Ron, where we should have an update on presumably airbrushing, because that is what he has been up to. So I'm going to just kind of block the door off here. Oh, hold on. Let's stop by Team Kill Ninja and see what they're up to real quick. Are you guys printing the Titan yet?
Yeah, so this will be the top layer, and then we'll do a layer of clear probably behind that will be a little bit larger so we can backlight it.
Very nice. All right. I'm excited to see this, because for me, the Titan is going to make or break that build as far as the theme goes. So this has got to be perfect, but I think you know that.
Do or die, do or die.
Very nice. Okay, let's move over to Ron and see what we've got in terms of a painting update. We've seen his backside panel so far in its mostly finished state, but we haven't seen the windowed side panel yet. So this is our first glimpse of it since he was basically just putting on base coats.
Let me turn the compressor off real quick. Just getting some color on here now. I just laid down the base coats. I laid down first some soft whites, and now I'm just going in with some anodized gray right over the top of the whole thing to kind of give it a metallic feel to it.
So what all do you have left to do here?
Airbrushing, I'm just pretty much done with that part of it. There might be some font things that I want to do a little bit later if we have time, but right now I just there we go. Yeah, that's the right way there.
All right, this is looking great. This has come a long way since the last time I saw it. It's looking much more finished now. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Luke, who has an update on whatever it is that's going on over where he is.
All right, guys, so we're here with Travis from Team Better Framing, so you can properly see what's going on the inside of the case, especially that nice, basically flush-mounted power supply on the inside. So what can you tell me on? I don't think they've seen any of the internal components set up, the external
the Titan, I'm left, I'm good. The Titan has not had much progress made yet, but I did talk to Richard about how do or die the Titan is. Because looking at this machine right now, it's a computer with like a gun on it. But when this machine has the backlit illuminated Titan right here, that is when it turns into a gorgeous Titanfall machine. And so he is overseeing the creation of that piece of artwork for the front of the case here right now. And I think to show you guys the finished Titan, and he's told me about the kind of lighting effects they're looking at adding. It sounds like 6 total fiber optics to it, and then an illuminated back piece, and then a semi-translucent blue with, I think it's a white in the front, like just a very multi-layered, very three-dimensional Titan. Now, I was worried when he originally told us, okay, we're gonna have a Titan, that we were gonna get another one of these silver graphics. And these are great for something like a gun. But if this was gonna be a Titan, I kind of looked at it and I went, where are you gonna put this? And I didn't realize initially that the power supply was going here, so I kind of thought we were just gonna have a very two-dimensional picture of a Titan on the side of the motherboard tray here. But that would not have had the so I kind of went, okay, but I trust him. So I went, okay, well, let's see. And I don't think he's going to let us down. I think we're going to end up with something pretty fantastic here. So was there anything else that we missed here? I just kind of walked in and took over.
Oh, no, you explained it exactly. That's really what we planned. Well, you know, the center focal point of this case is right here, and it's going to be that Titan. We're tying in some fiber optic cabling and some backlighting, and that's really going to pop out.
Here's a question. Rotated system where you've got your I/O coming out the top. Now, you guys can do a lot to help whoever inherits the system from you with the internal wiring, making sure that's beautiful. Are you going to have a way for them to manage what comes out of here? Like, do you have any ideas? Like, is there a shroud, or what's going to be good on a system like this?
So there will be a top to the system, and we've actually got quite a few jumpers for HDMI, USB, and power. And so we're basically going to be incorporating them through the case to the backside so that they're easily accessible. So that way you won't actually have to open the case to access the video cards or any of the peripherals.
Very nice. That's absolutely fantastic. What makes me an expert or something? No, these guys are doing a fantastic job over here, and they've surprised me many times with this build, with the little considering, which I guess makes this an excellent opportunity for me to do a quick recap of how you can qualify to win one. So throughout the entire Mod24 stream, there are live chat on the Twitch stream. You can probably get some help if there's any that you've missed. So guys, the way it's going to work is you get phrase, you get that correct, you go to game24.nvidia.com, you follow the instructions to submit your phrase, and you are entered for a chance to win, if you get it right, one of these 3 outstanding 24-hour mod machines, all of which are equipped, of course, with graphics cards in 3-way SLI. So stay tuned, guys, collect them all as far as letters are concerned, and don't miss any of Mod24 in general, because I think what we're doing is pretty awesome, and it's going to keep
look at Mod 24. He could go on and on because really it's so exciting there. The Game 24 studio, what?
He can go on and on, but it's only Game 24.
Yeah.
This is only happening for 24 hours. Keep that in mind. But we have Tom Peterson from nVidia back in studio with us.
Awesome.
Tech Talk with Tom. I labeled this segment Tech Talk with Tom.
It's a brand new segment.
It's a brand new segment. And
this is going to be extra exciting.
We've already learned so much. I feel so educated on MFAA. You talked about global illumination yesterday. What did you bring us for this segment?
Well, this is going to be exciting because normally I would expect there to be a picture.
Okay.
Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to talk you through it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there is actually a technology that we're launching called dynamic super resolution.
Do you want to draw a diagram?
I would love to draw a diagram.
Yes,
yeah,
because
let's do it.
I'm a visual learner. Are you?
Okay.
Absolutely.
How do you learn best? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Fast. That effectively we can just peg those games. So you're running 60. So there's like 50% of your GPU that's doing nothing.
Right.
Right. Now, how of the game to get the frame rates up. But I don't think a lot of people have thought about what does it mean when you lower the resolution of the game, because your monitor is still 19 by 10. Right? So what we're actually doing is we're using a smaller image. We're rendering it to a smaller image in the frame buffer, and then we're using hardware, a hardware scaler, to scale it back up. So when you look at this picture, this grid is kind of showing you, okay, it's now a coarser image, but then we're going to blow it up in hardware.
So you have to tear it down and build it back up.
Exactly.
Basically.
And the reason you go small is because it can run faster. Okay, now DSR goes the other way. DSR is saying, okay, why don't we make the frame buffer bigger? And then we'll scale it back down. And it works in your game. You know, that was just showing you the UI for Dark Souls 2. With DSR, there's new resolutions that are created. And in the game, you can set to that new resolution. And then in the frame, what that means is you get a lot more information per pixel that's displayed. And remember, the pixel is just the resolution of your screen. So we're at 4K now. And then what we're going to do is we're going to send that to your screen using a 13-tap Gaussian filter. So it takes this big image and kind of shrinks it down. Okay, it's
so
a pretty simple concept.
It tears it down, builds it back up. It's kind of like the Jason Bourne of like graphics.
It is right? Or say the $6 million man, right?
Deconstruct you and then
just-
reconstruct.
And now I think I can show you a side-by-side of this, hopefully a little scene. Yeah, here you go. All right, so what you're about to see is a hardware capture. We use a little machine that you can connect up to a hardware capture, and instead of capturing, say, you can capture your screen exactly what you would have seen, and we can show it to you. In a video. So this is actually showing you Dark Souls 2, and that's a nice. So let me back up just a bit. Oh, this is advanced. That was advanced. You have no idea. All right, so what I want you here, and you're seeing these weird chunkiness, and you can tell that it could have colored that better, but it's chunky.
It's a lot of aliasing.
It's a lot of aliasing and waggy edges. It's like here's a bit of grass, and then there's no grass, and then there's. Here's a bit of grass. So what is happening? What's actually happening is because you're running, which is the image that's replicated to make all these grasses. And that, if you look at what DSR does, oh yeah, DSR fills in those grasses, right? So it's now more continuous and the grass looks more real. About eliminating things called scintillation. So here we are again. This is actually, as we move the camera around, let's see, here we go. This is 19 by 10. And look at the grass as we move. Kind of pops in and out a little bit, right? The grass is kind of going a little shimmery thing here. And now it's solid. It looks almost more 3D. What's interesting is both of those rendering it much larger and then scaling it down.
Now explain, because we had some Skype questions earlier about what the benefits of FAA isn't necessarily going to translate on certain machines.
GPUs, right?
Yeah, but the DSR is one of those things that will.
I'm going to tell you, we are going to bring this technology to the 700 series.
Oh,
so
awesome.
for sure, DSR technology is going to come for sure.
Say about that.
Hands up.
Yeah.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. So that's exciting, and it's.
And give us the prices again for these.
So the 329.
And we were talking about for the 329. If that's where they're going to enter in at, you're getting so
Oh,
much power.
That is amazing performance at an amazing price. So 970 is truly breathtaking. So I'm really excited.
There were
about
some
that.
questions coming up.
Skype boys, what do you got? Bring it. Bring it.
Let's get some.
On the question, please.
Do already support that technology.
Okay, I'm so sorry. One more time.
Does Dark Souls 2 already support this technology? So the great part about DSR is the games don't need to do anything, basically. They just work. So if you download GeForce Experience, which is kind of part of our driver now, and you load Dark Souls 2, and you click our little optimize button, 70. You can also use our NVIDIA control panel, and you can set exactly, the kind of scaling you want, the type of filter.
Looks very nice.
Okay, guy on the bottom left.
Yeah,
Guy in the middle.
I have a question
Yes.
that it's regarding economics. I was always wondering, the card cost, example, for $950. In Europe, it's going to cost 600 euros.
Pricing is.
You read The Economist,
I
Tom.
do.
Answer
Well,
the man.
all right, I'm going to answer you. I'm going to. Okay. So
I'm just kidding.
the way I look at it is, you know, we have a price that we provide into our channel, right? We sell it to somebody else, and then they. Of the day. That's the way to think about it. I know it's not a great answer, but it is sadly true. Sadly true.
Upper left.
One thing that you forgot to mention is that European, a lot of people forget.
That's true. Thank you for that.
That accounts for 8 to 10% of the market.
Yeah, that's some
There
of
you
it
go.
for sure, and some of it is
In
just
the Netherlands, that's 19%.
Oh,
so.
jeez.
5 in
It
Germany.
all got up during the
Wow.
during
Well,
the big
there's your
crisis.
answer.
Yeah, but you guys get free medical. So
Yeah, you
come
got
on.
free medical.
We have to.
And
pay for
don't
our
you work
healthcare.
about any of that stuff.
No, I had no idea it was that high. Well, I mean, that answers for a lot of it right there if
Yeah.
it's that high.
So let's come back to any other questions you may have about like anything I might know about.
What about 32x anisotropy filtration?
What about 13?
Infiltration on the driver.
Okay, so we don't have any new, but what's interesting about, say, DSR as an example, it does.
Back, you're hearing yourself on
I'm
their,
hearing myself.
on their speakers.
Okay, so the way to think about it is DSR is totally transparent to the game. We can render up to 4K, and then we're just going to scale it right down. And what going on with you, okay? So sorry about that, but in general, I'm going to tell you that GeForce Experience is freaking crazy awesome, and the way it works is we actually, you know, you tell us what your PC is, and then we use the power of, you know, hundreds of servers, thousands of servers actually all over the world to calculate what's the best experience for you, and then we automatically set that in the game. That's the general idea, but I'm sorry that it's not working for you. We're gonna try to get you fixed.
Well, Tom, just by getting his email address, I want to say that Game24